Okay. It's working. It's working. Everything is working fine. That's fine. That's fine. Hmm. I think I should rearrange this a bit. Uh, let's use this thing then. Just this first. Yeah, this seems fine. This seems fine. Okay. Keep this. Keep this. Nice. This. So now, finalist. What top four? Good luck, have fun. Mm, okay. Mm, this. Okay. And this. This work. This work. Okay. This also work. Don't forward here too much. This work. 7, 21, 32, 42, 42, 55, about an hour 15, about 10 minutes, hour 15 minutes, pretty much fine. Hmm, should I do this first while waiting for this? Probably not. Oh yeah, I forgot to change it. Uh, nice. Maybe crowd reaction here. Checking everything, do music. Okay, I set everything up. Nice. How many minutes until the song? 50 minutes? Man, maybe I'm too early. Maybe I'm too early for this stuff. What else then? I can watch this. Oh, I can do pick them. Yeah, let's do pick them first. I can explain myself a bit later. Mm, What will be the longest duration single game? Most of them aren't too much than 45, say. I don't think gonna be that much. Pentakill. God. At, at least one then, for fun. Drake. Oh, God. First one. Uh, it wasn't happen too much. Oh, God. Out of 7? I mean, just one to make it fun. Who play in most different roles. Oh God. I don't know about the meta good enough for this. Scanner? Big Moss. Oh God, Moss. Moss. Who will be pick the Moss? See? I mean, the Emperor himself. Hmm. Who will most bad? Oh God, this was most bad. Aurora, maybe. Hmm. Just the newest one, I guess. More this. Low is a pretty good option. Wait, no, I think Nautilus. 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 Yeah. Who we have high student? No. Maximum 5 game. Oh God. It's gonna be meta, I think. Which made people do a lot. Well, no, maybe. What did the ADC that people like to play? Most relate. Most relate. Which one? Which one? Could it be sick? I mean, let's just. Player. We have most different champion at world. Kuma. Oh God. Quit? Yes. Hi, Kitty. I would say someone from Genji. Then you can't search by that. This never have Tomo. No, probably not Genji. Probably someone from LPL that I would think could qualify, and someone from Bilibili. No. You, I guess. Think gaming. Yes, I guess. I try to do different team. Which team for Legend? Oh yeah. Mm, probably easy choice. Win the shortest game. Is it gonna be Bilibili or Task or Test? Oh God, this one. You know what? I believe in them. Okay, so let's review. Let's review and give my short reason why I choose which one. Well, the longest duration of the single game as well. I would say most game won't go above 45 minutes anyway. Like 40 minutes is already hard. So maybe at best I would say one game would go above 45. But by that point I would be wrong about the prediction then. But that's fine. That's fine. How many pentakill will be at World? I mean, I actually think probably zero. But how many minutes left? 40? Nice. But I want to think there's someone that could pull it off. So at least one, just for my surprise. Mistake. This is random. This will be random. I just think I can take that Drake a lot. So that's fine. And balance still is the same. Is that I won't think there's one. But but I would like to think there's one because it's more exciting that way. How many levels of it? Same. I think 7 is pretty low number to find a reverse sweep. At best would be one. But I wanted this one to make it more interesting. See, there's a potential point for this one too. So who will be play most in different role? I think Poppy is a safer answer, but maybe no one will pick Poppy support and Poppy top. So at least I know people this play Scanner at top and play in the jungle. Hmm. Who will be pick the most during the world? I mean, in this one you can only guess because they pick and ban. Even if I think some character is good, it might get banned to the point that this won't be the most select. It's more likely that there will be one character with 5 games that all win, so it have 100% win rate, more than a character with 10 game, but like half of the win, which it make it 50%. Yeah, yeah. Who will ban the most during the world? I'm not sure if Aurora still going to have the bug. If she still have the bug, maybe, mm, maybe it won't be her. Hmm. Let me think a bit more. If it isn't her, if it isn't her, nah, I can't think of anyone else. I mean, and I am not good enough to lead the meta, I guess. Hmm. Hmm. Who will map the most total death at World? Probably not Illust. I mean, um, engage support is mm, kind of, kind of the thing. Yeah. Or maybe Alista. No, Alista have unbreakable view. It should be a bit harder. Nautilus just have CC and hook. Who have the highest win rate? Yeah, this one is what they're talking about. Most pick and most win going to be the hardest thing because one you have to think about the band and the other one is the band too. What most likely happen is one character have 5 or 6 match with uh, 0 to 1 loss, so the percentage is very high. And I think many team play sick, so that's why I think at least that team gonna pick sick and win. I wonder if there could be other. Could there be other thing possible? No, not the popular. Hmm. Nah, I think it's gonna be either. Yeah, yeah. It's gonna be either ADC. Can I search like this? No. Hmm. Okay. Wait, Draven is. Hmm. Yeah, Draven is kind of like that too. Is that some team did play him? very good, and other team won't touch him at all. And if he pop up, he cannot take over the game. Mm. Yeah, I think they will have a higher impact. Hmm. Okay, so the player who will have the most defense champion at world. Mm, I remember Kumayashi at EWC. There's 10 game for them to play. I think for T1 to play. For that entire tournament, it's very short one. But like for that time, we played each unique ADC, unique 10 ADC. So basically, he plays something different every game. So I like to think he could pull it off in World. Who had get the most kill in single game? Mm, I mean, it could be some Chinese too. Maybe Jack could possibly. I just think it's ADC or mid, either one of the two, because most of them are carry. Hmm. Mid or ADC? Mid or ADC would have more skill. Yeah, I think ADC will have more. So I guess that for Jackie Love. Have a highest KDA. Yeah, that's probably help. I mean, the highest KDA is probably the one that can win the final. So that person automatically mm, have a choice. Mm, do I have a choice? Yeah, I do. But if you play long enough, if you got to the final, then yeah, you probably win that. So probably powerful. Who will get the most first bat? Mm, I think aiming because he kinda need the money. He jungle won't feed him. Who will get at least one pentakill? ADC again. I feel like every year it's just me ADC meta. Hmm. Anything else? I just think this category depend on who get to the furthest. Sometimes it do be like that. We come to the team. Okay, team with two seed, one seed. Basically, minor region. PSG Talon is very good. I can tell you it right now. We see how short the game. Bilibili could be. I mean, LPL is pretty aggressive to win the game, but I doesn't mean the um, punching and kicking like that. It just mean yeah, they tend to kill a lot. I guess that's what I mean. Each team have the most violence still. If you watch any LPL at or LCK at all, you will know it's just them. It's just them. It's a them thing. And who will win? I do. I want the upset so bad, man. I want the upset. Um, hmm. Yeah, I think I want that. Oh, hello, Dabuto. Hello, Dabuto. I'm doing pick them while I'm waiting for the music. Um, nah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, it's it's the waiting time, so it's not like I doing anything important. And if anything, all this part, I could read it, I could say it again. It's even better if we watch some video about the world first, and then I should explain why I think this way. Basically, this is pick them the prediction for the world sport. Yeah, you can look at it, but I think it would be better if we watch the video and then I will explain in detail why I choose which and which. How many minutes to go? Uh, why why I have this up? When the music comes out, I will change to another scene just in case the music will could copyright my channel. Yeah, but we could watch Cradle. Cradle. He is one of the official or co-streamer. He is streaming right now, actually. He's have a pretty good and short rundown of the tournament, which I think you might not know much about each team or the format or something like that. So we could watch that. I only watch it, so I will put my comment during the video too. Actually, we do have 30 minutes. I think we could watch the first video, visit the video about the format. Let me put that here.
So, you haven't been watching much League of Legends, but the World Championship pulls you back in as it does every year. Here's a quick video to explain everything you need to know before World starts on the 25th of September.
Yeah, that's basically this series of video as well. Can you hear the video? Is it too loud? Is it too quiet or anything? Do tell me. I think this position in the screen is alright. Probably alright. You can see the video, you can see me, you can see chat. Nice. I'm glad. This one is kinda short. It's only 7 minutes. So I think I don't have to pause while talking. The following video will be about more like the team that 20 team from many regions that I will stop and talk about some of them if they came up. But this one is short, so I'm gonna read it right, okay? Okay, let's watch.
So, you haven't been watching much League of Legends, but the World Championship pulls you back in as it does every year. Here's a quick video to explain everything you need to know before World starts on the 25th of September. The 2024 World Championship will feature 20 teams from all across the globe. From the LCK, we have Hammerlife Esports as the first seed for winning LCK Summer, Gen G as the second seed for having the most championship points, D plus Kia as the third seed as the winner of the regional finals, and finally, reigning world champions T1 as the fourth seed as the regional finals runners-up. From China's LPL, we have Bilibili Gaming as the first seed for winning LPL Summer, Top Esports as the second seed for having the most championship points, LNG Esports as the third seed for winning the highest seed qualifying match in the regional finals, and last year's Worlds finalists Weibo Gaming as the fourth seed for winning the lower seed qualifying match in the regional finals.
Hello, Tilly. We are watching the video about the World Championship that's coming up tomorrow. Actually, starting tomorrow until November, until the 2nd of November, I think. If you are interested, I think the video just 1 minute, so just start for 1 minute and it's kind of short. So I think I can revise it for you if you want to look at the start too. It wasn't too much. It just information dump, I would say. It. I see. So I guess we can continue. But before we continue, I will say that this year, I watched all the major region, both regular season and the playoff. So this name kind of familiar to me. I didn't watch the minor region though, so I might not have that opinion on them. But yeah, let's just let it let it try it out, and we'll talk about them later.
All of the LCK and LPL teams are seeded directly into the main event. From the LEC, where the teams are seeded based on their season finals performance, we have G2 Esports
That's
as
fine,
the
that's
first seed
fine.
after having won all domestic titles this year. Fnatic as the second seed, participating in their 11th World Championship in League of Legends. Mad Lions Koi as the third seed, with 4 rookies debuting on the international stage. From North America and the LCS, where the teams are seeded based on their performance in the LCS Championship, we have FlyQuest as the first seed after a surprise upset over Team Liquid. Team Liquid as the second seed with familiar faces like Core JJ and Impact. And 100 Thieves as the third seed, which was a big surprise as they upset Cloud9 to qualify to Worlds. For the LEC and the LCS, the third seeds will be seeded into play-ins, while the higher seeds are seeded directly into the main event. Finally, from the minor regions, we have Pain Gaming as the last ever CBLOL champions from Brazil, Movistar Rainbow 7 for being the LLA closing champions from Latin America, GAM Esports is the first seed for winning the VCS from Vietnam, Viking Esports is the second seed as VCS runner-ups from Vietnam, PSG Tadon from the PCS as the first seed for winning the PCS playoffs from Asia Pacific, SoftBank Hawks Gaming from the LJL for placing second place in the PCS playoffs from Asia Pacific. All of these teams will join the lowest LEC and LCS seeds in the play-ins. I'll be breaking down the rosters from all these teams with guests in 5 separate videos that will come in the next few days. Stay tuned for that. Let's move over to the format. World starts on the 25th of September with the play-in stage, where it'll be held in the LEC studio in Berlin. The 8 teams have been drawn into a 2-group double elimination bracket where all matches are best of 3. This graphic might look complicated with all the lines, so I'll make it simple. If you win 2 best of 3s, you qualify to the main stage. If you lose 2 best of 3s, you're out of the World Championship. The teams that win their first match but then lose their second match are drawn into the opposite side of the losers bracket to prevent rematches and to make sure the best teams qualify to the next stage. With the completion of the play-in stage, 4 teams will advance to the main event, where they will join the already qualified 12 teams in the Swiss stage. The Swiss stage starts on October 3rd and is also played in the LEC studio in Berlin. The 16 teams will play in up to 5 rounds of best of 1 and best of 3 matches, and the rules are simple. Teams that win 3 rounds make it to the next stage. Teams that lose 3 rounds are eliminated. To start the Swiss stage, teams are drawn into 4 different pools. The Pool 1 teams are the winners of the major regions: Hammerlife Esports, Bilibili Gaming, FlyQuest, and G2 Esports. In Pool 2, we have the runners-up: Gen G, Top Esports, Team Liquid, and Fnatic. In Pool 3, we have the third place teams: D plus Kia, T1, LNG, and Weibo Gaming. And finally, in Pool 4, we will have the 4 teams that qualified from the play-in stage. The rules for the Swiss stage are simple. For Round 1 specifically, Pool 1 teams will be played against Pool 4 teams. Pool 2 teams will be matched against Pool 3 teams. There can be no same region matchups. This means, for example, that Gen G will be facing one of LNG or Weibo in Round 1, and Top Esports will be facing D+ or T1. After the first round, teams with the same match record are drawn against each other. So in Round 2, teams that are 1-0 face each other, and teams that are 0-1 face each other. This process is repeated until all teams either have 3 rounds won or 3 rounds lost. The initial matches are best of 1, while the advancement and the elimination matches are best of 3. This means that if a team has 2 wins or 2 losses, all of their next matches will be best of 3s until they either qualify or they are eliminated. What is new this year is that there will be no rematches during the Swiss stage, which happened last year as we saw Damwon and KT face each other twice. At the end of the Swiss stage, we will end up with 8 teams that have won 3 rounds. The 2 teams that end with a 3-0 record will be drawn against 2 of the 3 teams with 3-2 records. The other 3-2 team and the 3 teams with a 3-1 record will be drawn against each other. The 2 3-0 teams will also be placed on opposite sides of the knockout bracket. With Swiss stage done, we move on to the knockout stage, which is a simple single elimination bracket. All the matches are best of 5. The quarterfinals will be held on the 17th to the 20th of October and will be played in the Adidas Arena in Paris. The semi-finals will also be played in the same arena from the 26th to the 27th of October. And finally, the grand finals of the League of Legends World Championship will be played in London on the 2nd of November from the O2 Arena. The World's patch will be 14.18. This patch is absolutely massive and will likely be a big shift of what the summer meta has been so far. Quick note, Aurora, who has been globally banned due to a bug, will be enabled for Worlds, but she's also getting a slight nerf. There are nerfs to 17 different champions, and to put things into perspective, 11 of the highest picked or banned champions in LCK Summer Playoffs are all nerfed in some shape or form. On the other hand, we see buffs to 13 different champions, and aside from Gnar and Jax, we haven't really seen much of these champions at all, so we could see a shift in the meta. However, I'm not too sure if the nerfs to Ziggs and Smolder are enough to push them out of the meta. The Ziggs nerfs don't look too detrimental, and Smolder can always swap over to Grasp of the Undying instead of Fleet Footwork, which is becoming more common alongside his crit build. I'm expecting Jarvan to be meta, and maybe the game shifts back to an AD jungle meta, with Lilia and Sejuani being played from the old meta. Maybe the buffs and the nerfs will lead to mid laners that are good in pick comps to rise in priority, such as Ryze, Sylas, Taliyah, Ahri, and LeBlanc to show up, which could in turn lead to counters like Lissandra and Aurelion Sol. There might also be room for range supports to come back given the nerfs to Leona and Rel. This, paired with the fact that AD carries might just fully shift back to bot lane given the nerfs to sustain, particularly the Fleet Footwork nerf that was enabling them in solo lanes. I hope this video helped you understand everything you need to know about the Worlds 2024 before it begins on September 25th at 2 PM CEST. Mark it on your calendars. I hope you enjoyed the event. I got loads more Worlds content coming up, so stay tuned and subscribe if you want to see it. Peace.
Thank you, Kedel. So basically, if you throw out the name, the way it works is that it have three states. It have play-in state, and then switch state, and then knockout state. The state that will start tomorrow will be the play-in state, which is, like he said, you win 2 times, and then you can go to the next state. The switch state, you have to win 3 times. You might lose sometime, but you have to win 3 times to go on. And knockout is basically if you lose, you go out until the final. And if you never watch esport of league before, I personally think it's very easy to get into. I can give some basic rundown. Uh, Maybe let me set something up first so I can. Let's use. Oh, can I capture this thing? No. Can I capture this thing? Share this window. Oh man. I've never done this before. Let me look at it. Do 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 do. Okay, this would be fine. Oh, nice. This would be fine. Okay. How do I do this again? Can this capture this? Let me check. Oh, it seems like no. Maybe they can capture something else. Let me check. Can they capture this? Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. I think you can see my Keep Studio Pen with the screen here. This is really easy way. You can look at the uh is low spot. Do. So most of them have the same UI. Most of them that you watch will have the same UI. Let me find the brush that I want to use first. Okay, this one. It will have the same UI. This part. It's basically the economy and what the character can do. Uh, this part. So like if T1 is this side, this is for T1, this is for T1. If KT on this side, this is the KT character, and their inventory, and their KDA, and then the CS. If you don't know each character, that's fine. They most of the time they tend to uh, arrange it in a way that in the same way the lane go. I will speak of the lane low later. But the basic is more item. They are the more item, the better they are. Basically, because if you have more item, you are more powerful than the opposite side. So I, at this time, this have more item than this. So it's likely that they are more strong. And it depend on the region and how they do it. Maybe they will have a goal different they will go different here too to tell that which one of them have more gold than the other and maybe how much. But if they don't have, you can look at the CS score. CS score is basically how much minion they kill, and the more minion they kill, they have the more money, and more money mean more item. And like I said, more item mean that you are more powerful. Of course, each character or each champion have a different level, how do I say it? Level of power. Some spy up when they have one item, one full item. Some spy up when they have two item. But I don't think that is something that you have to care that much if you never watched League before. Maybe the caster will tell you that anyway. And this part is the overall money. The overall money. I mean, it will be all money you get, but that doesn't mean that all money have been spent or have been distributed correctly. Maybe sometime, somehow, the support, which the name suggests, isn't the one that carry a lot, can have a lot of money. If maybe it's circumstance, I guess. That doesn't mean that if you have more money, you are better or anything. If you have that money but you didn't spend it, it's probably mean you have less item anyway. But generally, if they hire up a more item, it's probably mean they have have more money. They might have more item, and like I said, more item mean they are more powerful. And this is the kill count. The kill count. I mean, personally, I think the kill count is that big because it's that easy for the eye. I mean, people tend to think if you kill more, you get more money, bonus from killing other player, and more money can mean more item. But it doesn't work that way every time. Sometimes you get money from um, fighting the map and objective and the tower. You get money from that too, which means maybe sometimes there is the situation that some team have more kill, but they have less money. So yeah, I personally think this is for this is for entertainment. But yeah, it's probably good anyway. And this is like the objective of that team that have uh, this too. This is also the objective. Personally, if you never watched it before, it's getting too complicated. But just remember the high number is better because it means you have more adjective. You have more thing, mean you have more money, and more money mean you have more item, and more item means strong. That is it. Like I said, I personally think it's very easy. Yeah, it's very easy to get into if you just think like that. I just think people didn't know because they never watched before, so they don't know which part to focus, something like that. I mean, if any part have to be focused, I would say thing that called dragon, drake, and thing that called baron is the big neutral objective that mid to late game people will fight for. For the dragon, most of the time it will be allowed here. Um, Dragon basically the buff for permanent buff for your character. Each dragon have different one, but like free permanent buff, that's good. So if you have more dragon, that will more permanent buff. But some dragon worth more than other. So just have more dragon doesn't mean you have a better team. But it's probably mean you have good control of the objective and have more money because you get money from get objective too. If you got 4 dragon, it will be the mega buff. Let's call it that. Yeah, the mega buff. And then after that, it will be what they call elder dragon. After someone got dragon soul, make the mega buff, there will be elder dragon. And it very much at the late game. At that point, late game is kind of like if someone die, something is going to lose. Because the elder dragon can give you buff that can have the insta kill the threshold. Like normally you have to repeat all this health to kill them, right? If you have the elder dragon buff, maybe you just have to kill for until here, and then they will auto die. Yeah. So it's very, very powerful buff for your character. It can expire. It can expire. But yeah, it's still good. And then there's Baron, thing that people call Baron in League. It's a big purple worm. And different from the dragon, the buff is which isn't for the character. It doesn't buff the ability at all, but it buff this minion, this this little minion that will come out and will fight the tank the tower for you. It's gonna make the minion better, which is very very good to push the tower and push the base. That's why it is a must. It's very good to get them and then try to destroy the other team tower, and so you get more money from destroy the tower and have more range, I would say, more control of the map. So yeah, I think there will be timer for things that will spawn too. I think most of the time they have. And if it is a best of 3 or best of 5, they will tell that which team have a winning point here too. So yeah, I I don't know if all of this makes sense, but basically, if you're gonna watch League Esport, you don't have to understand much more than big money, more money mean good. Yeah, basically. I'm not sure if if it is too far to understand, but when I start watching, it get to me quickly. That's how I watch it. And then yeah, the map here, the map here. I would say most of the time I don't watch it because it's too small for me. But in gameplay, it's kind of important to know where everyone is because the camera can't catch everyone, you know. But most of the time I don't watch it. And then there's role for each player, top, jungle. I would say most of the time we wouldn't know what exactly happened, but we can listen to the caster. They will tell us anyway if anything important happened. Mid, bot, ADC, and sub. Every game will have this arrangement. The top will be at top, and then jungle, mid, bot. Their role, I do think their role is something that you should understand when you watch because it kind of tell a lot of how they play or something like that. But the quick rundown is that the top, which is here, very long path, you see. They tend to fight alone. If the jungle didn't go up at all, they fight alone. So most champion there tend to be fighter or tank. Doesn't have to be that 100%. It could be something else. But most of the time, it's going to be fighter or tank because they can live alone here. It's what the term is islands because it's kind of isolated. In early game, most people don't go there that much unless you are jungle. Not counting things that's called lane swap, but that is another thing entirely. Jungle, basically anything that wasn't on lane is for jungle. Anything, everything. Jungle is kind of important because if you are on lane, if everyone is on their lane, you kind of know right where everyone is because you're gonna see them on lane. To have the jungle is to have someone that you don't know where they will be, and maybe they will help this one and then help them win the fight, or maybe they will come down and help this one win the fight. And they also have a role to get the dragon, get the baron, get the neutral objective that wasn't on the lane. So they kind of important. They kind of important. They can. So most of the time, jungle tend to be the class of the character that can move really fast from this way to that way because they move all around the map. Yeah, they move all around the map. So if the caster talk about the jungle part or something like that, basically they're talking about, oh, this jungle going to go that, go this, go that way, because they can go anywhere. That's just how they work. Mid, mid lane, mid lane. It's basically I would call them the protagonist lane. Most of the people tend to focus on the mid lane, and it makes sense because the mid is a shorted path. See this shorted path here. So that means the minion can come out and then meet you fast. And if you can farm them fast, you can get more level. So most of the time they have faster level than everyone else. So the champion there tend to be someone that carry. Carry kind of mean that you have to be the one who kill the other, who make the thing happen. They just decide that way. Most of them tend to be carry if they are mid. So yeah, the protagonist role. The bot and ADC. From what I understand, the duo, the duo. This called solo. This is also solo because they are alone on their lane. Nah, I do like talking about this stuff. I mean, you wouldn't think a game of this age, what that this is complicated. But not gonna lie, it when you watch it, you cannot understand how complicated it is. The dual lane basically is for someone for support and someone that need to be support to be there. The reason that the bot lane is bot lane because that character is very weak early. If they 1-on-1 other lane or the champion from the solo lane, they're mostly going to die. so they have so they need support. That's why they are on the bot lane 2v2 here. And yeah, that's the general gist of the low that play in this game. I do think it might be too complicated for someone that never watched before. For someone that never watched before, just remember more money, more money, money. Money can get from many way. Like I said, from creep, from tower, from killing other people, and many more. But let's just say money, item, more item mean you win fight, and if you win fight, you win game, basically. I think for someone that never watched before, this is like all you need to know. More money, with more money, more item, win fight, win game. Like if, uh, yeah, this part is part of it's just that people that watch the first time wouldn't know where to look for the money, where to. I think people that watch sport for the first time, any sport, would be like, oh, I don't know how to know if someone is winning or losing. I think for someone that want to watch something like this, if they know where to watch it, it's good. Where to watch, where to know who win, who lose, they're gonna have more enjoyment overall. That's why I talk about this because if I gonna try doing the reaction stuff for the world, and maybe if you watch along, if you want to catch up, just remember the basic money, item, win fight, win game, basically. Okay, this is good timing because the music video is gonna come out. So as you may know, yeah, it's coming out. I'm gonna switch scene soon. Uh, as you may know, uh, League like to make a lot of music. They basically are the music company. So every year in world they have their own music video and music the anthem they would call it the anthem. I will post the link for voting anthem in the chat. I'm not gonna mirror it just in case they could copyright me, but you can watch along. They're about to start in 4 minutes, I guess. Oh yeah, actually in 30 seconds. Yeah, in 30 seconds. Let me guess. Mm, let me check.
So,
Okay. They're gonna start really soon. Linkin Park isn't my thing. Back then, I mean, their music are cool, but I didn't watch or follow them that much. They're coming. Damn. The visual always a treat. Ooh. BLT, Bilibili Gaming. Each character there is the esport player. Ah, T1! Oh, T1! Of course, it's gonna be sales as Atox and owner as Viego. And owner at Lithin. I mean, he has skin, so. Oh god, the god himself. My god, Faker. Ugh, man, I do like gods more. God and warrior, I do like that more. But the visual is cool, cool as heck. They're gonna start tomorrow. Yeah, it's a nice song. It's not my style, but it's nice song. Mm, where's this again? Yeah, it's kind of hard to top Imagine Dragon. Yeah. Okay, so the reason I talk about the game and how to watch the game a bit because next we're gonna watch uh we're gonna watch more KDL video about each team, and then I'm gonna talk about each team as far as I watch them. So it's gonna take a lot of time because each video is about 10 minutes, I would say. But that is a streamer life, you know. You react to stuff sometime. Let me change this to. Mm, where's the comb? Ah, I see. Mm, so we know how to watch it. I mean, as a watcher of esports, I if you if you watch someone else just play a solo kill, I would say what I tell you doesn't work at all. Solo kill is different beast. I don't know a lot of VTuber did play League though. I'm not the only one. But yeah, if you watch the esport, what I tell you probably may help you watch it a bit more, I guess. I guess. I hope so. That's okay. So the first video gonna be with this one. This one gonna be about the minor region, which I didn't watch.
Welcome to another Worlds video where we're going to be breaking down.
Do. I mean, the game itself is kind of fine, not gonna lie. I mean, every game have their scary story, not gonna, I guess. But maybe that's why I like watching it more, because I didn't like that toxic playbase. You will just watch people being good at the game and don't have to think about someone being bad at the game. So this one gonna be about minor region. The minor region I didn't watch at all, so maybe I won't have anything talk too much. But if I have, I will pause the video and talk about what I know about them. Oh. I mean, I'm not that good at the game too. If you would watch me play Deadlock, that's a MOBA too. So I'm as bad. Maybe that's why I like watching more. Okay, so let's watch this one. 14 minutes. Yeah. Nah, I'm not good. When game is out of the beta, you will know I was like maybe bronze at best, I guess, if they have rank. Mm.
Welcome to another Worlds video where we're going to be breaking down all the play-ins teams. And when I say we, I mean a lot of guests that I've invited. Now, I haven't been covering any of the minor regions, but I brought along a load of experts who have, and they're going to introduce all of these teams that are participating in the play-ins that you might not know. Let's quickly run through the teams in the play-ins. We've got PSG and SHG from the APAC region, VKE and GAM from the VCS, Rainbow 7 from the LLA, and Pain Gaming from the CBLOL. There is, of course, Mad Lions from the LEC and the 100 Thieves from the LCS as well, but we'll be covering those teams in a later video. Let's start out with Molecule LoL, who's going to introduce us to a few of the PCS and VCS teams.
Let's start with the PCS 1 seed, PSG Talon, an org which has dominated the PCS for its entire lifespan, winning 7 of the 8 PCS splits. As we move into 2025 with the combined APAC League, PSG want to sunset PCS in a winning fashion and go deeper than they ever have been before. The team is built around the best 3 players in PCS, Jinjia, Betty, and Maple in that order. The auxiliary positions are filled with the best in class too, with Ozzy and Woody having their best year yet. They dominated the PCS, having auto-winning mid and bot with better players, but then they used Jinjia's far superior pathing and early reuse to unlock top, netting them 3 winning lanes almost every game. They play a style where they apply a lot of pressure onto the enemies, allowing Jinjia to invade and build ridiculous farming numbers, so much that he is actually 3rd globally for CS per minute and number 1 of the world's competing junglers. This style forces enemies into making plays, and PSG look to cross-map and grow their leads through the map instead of fighting for nothing. Maple is the key in all of this though, as PSG are often in 4-1 map splits, with Maple and sides stretching the enemy and threatening their sides as much as possible. Their strengths have made them formidable, but have conversely made them overconfident, where they take fights without numbers and die for nothing. A key area I would look to expose is they found a lot of issues with DCG in the PCS regular season. They made games an absolute fiesta with wacky drafts and very volatile early games. This is potentially the last event we see the 5 players playing together, as Maple has flirted with retirement before, and the other teams are trying to snatch their players. Jinjia is by far the best player on the team, and the big name to look out for, but I would say to watch for Ozzy, as he plays a lot of counter picks and is often quite bad at them, which makes for excellent entertainment. With the meta shifting away from AD carry mids, this actually makes Maple more of a factor, as he is excellent on things like Nico and Talia, but this could come at the expense of Jinjia having to pick less resource heavy junglers like J4 or Vi. This team is by far the biggest hope for a deep Worlds run coming from APAC, and failing to make Swiss would result in heads rolling. They are the best team in play-ins by far.
Thank you, Molecule, for that breakdown on PSG. Here's his breakdown on Viking Esports as well.
So, PSG Talon. Before I talk about the other team, I think this one can be talked a lot because they did something pretty cool in the MSI. So let's talk about the structure of league, the league esport. In one year, they have It's gonna change. It's gonna change next year. But let's just talk about this year, so you know we know what we're talking about. 1 year, Jan, December. Maybe don't remember, but let's just call it December. 1 year, start of the year, end of the year. The first split would be called summer split. Summer. Let's just say summer. Hey, spring split. Spring. Oh yeah, spring split. Spring. How to now your spring. L split. Let's just call spring. Let's just call spring. So springtime, they play regular season. They play in until they have the winner of the spring stuff. And then they're gonna be international event, which is MSI. Mid-season invitation, which is international, inter. So basically, it's kind of like mini world. And this is Legion. The Legion, so they only pay in their Legion. The LCK will pay with the Korean, the LPL will pay with the Chinese, something like that. Emphasize with the international, so the Korean and the Chinese may meet, something like that. And then they will play, the summer split, which is regional again. Until they find a winner. And depend on how each region did it, they will find who to send to world. Well, whatever. I'm not good at spelling, you see. And my writing is terrible. Maybe some region will work like they have the point system and you have to win better in both summer and spring to have a chance to go to world. Or maybe some region we just care for the summer. Whoever wins summer, they have a chance to go to world. Or maybe some region will have before this they will have qualify for world. This is gonna kill that pay for a short time for world. This is the structure of this year. The next year gonna change a bit. They're gonna have a third split. I'm not sure when or how that work yet. I mean they already said, but I just don't care. I just someone who watch thing when they happen. But yeah, that's basically the structure. I know I spelled this wrong, but whatever. I don't care. I'm not good at spelling. And then there's the thing that they call each region league. LCK, for example, is Korea. LPL, PL, China. LEC, anything Europe. LCS, anything the North America, the NA. This one is the what they call the major region. They are the big players and have many organizations, so they have many seats going into world. 3 seat, 4 seat, like you see, and then there are minor region like LLA for Latin America, C below for South America, the Brazil, LJL. LJL is Japan, things like that. VCS, VCS is Vietnam, and as the Vietnam B is kind of like all of C, my region basically. Yeah. We might only have 1 or 2 seats, depend. I'm not sure how they will work in the next year. But yeah, this one is a minor. I watched this. I watched this a lot. My personal favorite league is a NA one. I don't know about the last year or whatever, but this year they are very entertaining to watch. Even if people tend to consider the Western and the Eastern as different. You know, they kind of consider the Korean and the China as the king. You know, they tend to have the best organization, best at in. They will win world and whatever like that. The LEC, LCS, Europe and NA, the Western, depend on how you look at it. Some people even think of them like minor region. They just have more seats. But I do think they have potential. Maybe not their peak probably can't match the Eastern team, but I would say that they can upset some of them sometime, which is what I want to say. This is what why I bring this up, because the PSG talent that we just see Kato talk about, they came up against someone from major region in the MSI. MSI. The MSI also have two state, I think. They have the play-in state and then the playoff, I think. I don't remember how it's called. But during the play-in, the PSG talent have to fight with 5 quests in the elimination match, I think. With 5 quests is a LCS team, the NA team, that I said I like this league. I mean, I do like 5 quests too. But from but this one is from PCS. They from PCS, which is minor, major. And you know who win? You know who win? Yeah, it's the PSG Talon. It is the PSG Talon. Uh, tip, tip. So yeah, I mean that would be people that call an upset. Basically, when the expected team lose to unexpected team. But I would say the PSG is kind of like mini mini Asia. I guess it's a Pacific most of the time. Visit most of them, they have Asia. They just not Korean or China. So they are considered very strong. Uh, I heard people who watch the PCS League said they are even better than they was in MSI. Wait, this is this year, not last year. And even in the last year, they are already strong. This year, they're strong. Coming to this world, they are even stronger. So people kind of expect them to get out of the plain state to the to the Swiss state. Actually, tomorrow we're gonna watch them because they have a match. They're gonna have a match with Pain Gaming from CBLOL. So we will see if they are really good as people say they are. But yeah, that is the interesting point that I can talk about. Chip. Okay, let's go back and watch more. I don't think I have any more to talk about because there are not that many team from minor region in MSI, and like I said, I only watched this year and major region. I mean, probably not, But I like expanding. I like expanding that I know. People always said people like watching someone talk about what they're passionate about, so I try to do that. Let's watch more. It's gonna be this gonna be Viking Sport and Gam with it, BCS, and then the Japan, and then Latin, and then Tribal. Yes, yeah.
Vikings Esports, a new organization owned and coached by famous world finalists and LPL jungler SOFM. This team on paper is Omega stacked. They have the best in role for mid, AD, and support, with a strong young jungler and a very raw rookie. They handstiff everyone in the league, explode games with 2v2 kills, and in most series, they generate ridiculous gold leads at 15, they average the most drakes, they average the most turret plays in VCS, they just take over games. The strengths they have is that they have insanely good players in most roles. And Kati especially, he played AD carry mids better than anyone in VCS, while Shogun in the bot lane is one of the people who's able to pick up on meta picks much faster than the rest of the world. You may just saw Ziggs took over LCK in the last few weeks, while actually Shogun's been playing this all summer. Heck, he was even on the Neela before teams like T1 tried it unsuccessfully. With mages potentially on the horizon for mid lane, that's actually a good signal for Kati, where his speciality is control mages, such as Syndra and Victor. Their weakness is very clear, but potentially overstated, with Nanoe in the top lane, who vs Gam got massively abused and posted scorelines looking like the Shy in World Finals. The truth is, versus other VCS teams, he actually looked pretty damn serviceable, considering he receives relatively little help, and most teams target him, so to put in that shift as a rookie is really difficult, but again, teams will be gunning for him. I think the meta suits Vikings going into Worlds, and they should be favoured over the likes of SHG and GAM to make Swiss. But in my opinion, I can't shake the feeling that they just don't have the dog in them to clutch up when needed and things might fail. But if they make it, it should be no surprise. They have amazing players. I think it's a toss-up between SHG, GAM and Vikings for that 4th spot, and it will be really exciting.
Thank you, Molecule, again for the VKE breakdown. He's also broken down GAM for us too.
The number 1 seed for VCS is, to no surprise, the one and only GAM Esports, who won their 11th championship. But this was actually the first time in a long time coming into the playoffs they were not the favourites for many, with Vikings being the hottest team from regular season. The team has the dominant duo in the top side of Kiai and Levi, but their supporting cast really stepped up. Emo, EasyLove, and Elio all played a very important part in this summer's run. I compared this team to a ditto with a pair of Desert Eagles named Kiai and Levi, and that's because the other 3 can mimic their opposition so well. They go even in losing matchups, and they have much fewer resources. They are a very objective-heavy team and can rely on much superior macro and mid to late game scenarios compared to the other VCS teams who rely on a lot of skirmishes and proactivity. The story of EasyLove is one everyone should know. He went from being the only member from Rainbow Warriors to not be banned from the VCS Mega Ban and Spring Split, to join GAM, win a title, terrorize Loud at MSI, and now win another title, where it truly felt he was worthy of one. That said, the player to watch for is Kiai, who had a very strong Worlds in 2023 and will look to replicate that form this event. The meta is shifting away from AD carry mids, which might expose Emo, but he has proved everyone wrong countless times already this summer, so I won't say he's a definitive weakness, but one I would like to probe. I think they are on the cusp of making Swiss and in the fight with the likes of SHG and Vikings, but I do favour Levi and Kiai in the clutch. Something about them when the chips are down is hard to bet against.
Moving on to the team from the LJL, we have
So that 2 team is from Vietnam, as you can see, the VCS. I saw GAM as MSI this year. Of course, they didn't make it out, but they are really interesting because they're coming in. They have to sub a lot of players because the scandal that the Legion have. I'm not gonna get into that because that's not my thing. But let's just say that Legion have to sub a lot of players. A lot of players got banned. Some so long, some indefinite for the reason. So a lot of them have to sub in people, and the fact that they have to sub in people, even for Cam, who's winning, they have to sub in one people for ADC with it easy love, like they say in the video. People kind of have low expectation of them, if you didn't have the best player to play it, and you have to use the substitute, it kind of make you weaker, right? But they actually have a nice series against other minor legion. I do like that story coming around. I, if I have to cheer for one of the minor region team, I think I would cheer for them. I would cheer for Cam. I mean the PCS is strong, but I didn't like to cheer for the strongest. I will talk about it more when it comes to the major region. For now, let's watch the other three. The LJL with the Japan one. Yeah.
We have expert Naimira to break down the team.
Nightmare.
Okay, let's talk about the Hawks. First up, you have Ebi, international mainstay, and the LGL's GOAT as a whole region. Then you have Forest, and that's not the guy you see on Twitter. This guy is an ex-T1 Challengers player, and he's just made his international debut with this team. Next up is Dasher. Dasher was the original Hawk. He's been there since the Hawks first came into the LGL in 2020, and he's just made his first international event after 7 years as a pro player. Then there's Marble. Marble is the youngest player on the team, and he's a Japanese homegrown AD carry prodigy. Then there's Vista, a well-known player from the LCK, who glues everything together on the team. The Hawks love to use teamfight combos, and they'll look for them anywhere across the map, regardless of role. They will play Rumble, Rel, Misfortune, huge AoE teamfight combo, Smolder with a Vi to pin someone in place, and a big one is Talia as a flex pick between mid and jungle with a Leona as support as well. Really good at using their combos. If those combos get online, the Hawks are in a very happy place and they'll pull the trigger all day long, particularly through Forest and Vista. There is a tactical if in there though, because on the same coin but the opposite side, if they start trying to draft towards these combos, they sometimes find themselves instead with 3 losing lanes trying to get towards those combos in a mid-game. And they don't always get them, especially against higher level opponents. So what can often happen is they find themselves with 3 losing lanes, they pull the trigger, they overextend, and they lose the game off of them. Particularly when you have players like Vista and Forest who are very eager to go in, they can sometimes get a bit streaky, fall behind, and just overengage. So when it comes to players to watch for this, I think first up you have to talk about Forest. As we said, ex-T1 Challengers player, and he is such a firecracker. This guy is so incredible whether he's on engaged champions like Sejuani, Vi, Maokai. He can be that go button, very aggressively start the combo off. He can also flex into being a carry or a combo champion, which can benefit from that too. Zyra. Stuff like Talia is a specialty pick of him in jungle too, where he can combo up to other people's engages. And then I think the other player is just the rock in the top lane. It's Ebi. Ebi has had so much experience across the world and across international events. He has come back to the LGL after being in the LEC and has had incredible laning phases. And his team fights have been utterly absurd. He is very, very clutch, whether he's on Rumble or Cannon or something else. I think Ebi is such a important player to stabilize this team when all else goes wrong. I think the Hawks should absolutely make it into Swiss stage. The LGL has only ever made it into a group stage equivalent once, and that was in 2021. That was Detonation Focus and the Exodia roster, and that was where Ebi was too. So I hope that Ebi can make it through for a second time and really prove that the LGL should be a powerful part of APAC coming into next year.
To break down the team from the LLA, Movistar Rainbow 7, we've got Professor Andres.
Hey guys, this is Prof. Andres. I'm a caster for Liga Latinoamérica LLA, and I'm gonna tell you why Movistar Rainbow 7 will make it to the Swiss stage. Now, starting with the roster, we have Summit in the top lane. Most of you guys already know him. Really strong laner.
Summit is from C9. C9 was in LCS, North America.
This region has ever seen, and he's been playing for 10 years overall. OD. He's the core of the team. In the mid lane, we have Kaney. He used to play for Africa Freaks Challengers team in 2021. And in 2022, he came here to Latin America and he made a home here. He finally got his first title here as well. In the bot lane, we have the Argentinian duo Seo and Lions. Really aggressive play style. Overall, that's how I would describe Movistar Rainbow 7. They really like to make plays all along the map, especially Lions and OD. They move everywhere. But that's sometimes a double-edged sword. Sometimes they don't have a break, and they take fights they shouldn't be doing, and that can cause some trouble. But I hope it won't be the case here. Now, you need to understand that this is a special one. This is really Latin Americans' last dance. because from 2025 onwards,
Yeah.
as you guys may know, there's going to be no more CBLOL, no more LLA and LCS. There's going to be the North and South Conference. So Latin America will have to fight for a spot for international events. This is the last time we have a direct seat, at least for playing. So it's gonna be a lot of pressure for the guys, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna pour their heart and soul to achieve something that the region has never done. Latin America has never been able to get out of playing. We've been close in 2016 and last year we were kind of close, but I think the bracket is it's gonna be tough, but it's doable. I think it's gonna be a tough call, but I want to ask you guys to believe, and I'm pretty sure by the end of playing, even Pedro will be a believer of El Arcoiris.
To break down pain gaming from the CBLOL, we've got Random Minion Caster.
CBLOL's representatives, Brazil's pride, and Brazil's pain. To be specific, Brazil's pain gaming, that is. The oldest organization in CBLOL with the biggest fan base. They've been around since the beginning of CBLOL back in 2012, and it's only fitting that they are the last champions of CBLOL as we know it now. And they did it in fine fashion this split. Dominated the competition with great early game leads and knew exactly how to generate those advantages. And they knew how to use those advantages in team fights. The teamwork on this team is something to watch. Now, they weren't perfect, and despite the leads they generate in the early game, sometimes their mid game can stall out a little bit. They don't push the advantages as much as they should, and they give windows of opportunity for people to come back. Their drafting and game plan is pretty straightforward as well, so no real surprises for the most part. You know exactly what you're going to get with the team. But hey, if it's good, if it works, and they still won CBLOL. Now, the organization has a lot of history, but most recently,
Yeah, CBLOL have the silent quest too.
They've made 6
kinda cool.
straight grand finals in the last 6 splits. But the core, the top side, Wiser in the top lane, Karaoke in the jungle, Dinkito in the mid lane, just could not find a win to save their lives. So they made second place 5 times and were jokingly called the eternal second place team. But this split, they managed to change it. Dinkito, the mid laner, had the best split of his career. He's long been living in the shadow of legendary Brazilian mid laner Tinones, but this split, he excelled and surpassed Tinones as the #1 bar none mid laner of the region. In the bot lane as well, that was a big change. Earlier this year, they brought in Titan, who is a vocal Brazilian AD carry personality, known as a playmaker, as a shot caller. This guy will engage. He believes Arcane Shift is an engage tool, and that has backfired in the past, but the desire to engage is definitely there. And he brought his hand-picked Korean import support as well, Kuri, who, now that guy knows how to engage. His Alistair and Rel did some disgusting things behind turrets, in enemy jungles, defensively, whatever you name it, Kuri will find the engage for it. We are hopeful that Pain can have a good showing, but we understand that it will be a bit of a tough one. The hope is to make it out of planes, the goal is to make it out of planes. The realistic expectations, well, we'll take whatever we can get, and we're just hoping generally to show that, hey, we aren't a one-team region and that we do have good players. Ideally, we make it out, but if we fall in the way, as long as we put up a good shot, that'll be fine. And that's Pain Gaming and CBLOL's hopes at Worlds. Go Pain!
Thank you guys for watching the video, and thank you to all the experts who took their time to make those videos breaking down each team. I really appreciate it. There's loads more Worlds content coming up soon, so make sure you subscribe, like the video, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
So yeah, that is minor region. Let's switch to it. Why I don't have an exam for you at the end of this stream? I do have an exam for myself. I do want to do a tier list. It sounds like a fun thing to do. Many people like it as well. And the at the end of the clip, maybe I will do the tier list. Maybe I will do along watching this. And like I said, we just watch the minor region. Okay. I will rank them from how I think the highest of them can go. You know, I mean, I can put 3 possible finalists, even if finalists supposed to be 2, because I think that these 3 teams all can make finalists, something like that. And same with top 4 and same with top 8. Good luck, have fun. It's basically not top, probably not top 8. And no comment. This is where I'm gonna talk about it. I don't watch the minor region, like I said. That's why I will put all the minor region in here. I don't think I qualify to think about them. Though I do think some of them are cool, and I watch some of them on the MSI. I don't think I'm gonna leave them here, so I will put everyone up there, leaving the minor region here. This is Game Esport. This is Paint Gaming. This is PSG Talon. I mean, I think they're kind of good, but if I'm not gonna talk about the minor region, might as well do for all of them. Shoot. This is Viking. So at least everyone from minor region is on the tier, because I don't want to comment about them when I don't watch them. And all this team, I watch them a lot since they are in major region, and they have a very high tier. I mean, they have to be like at least third or fourth seed. So I watch a lot of game with them, and many of them, like T1, is very famous on their own anyway. So let's look at the next one. The next one. The best one is LEC. Oh, LEC. I would say it's the region that this is not, I didn't want to badmouth or anything, but I find it pretty boring. I mean, there's only one team that I really enjoy watching. Other than that, I watch the game and like, the peak look boring. It's same every game. They don't fight that much. They tend to play the macro game. The macro which mean they try to
Hello,
take
everyone, and
objective.
welcome.
They try to take objective and get money that way. So there are not a lot of fight. I mean, even some game have low quality. They have a lot of fight. It would be fun, you know. But if that game kinda goes slow, it's kinda boring to watch. Personally, I don't think LEC is kinda like that, which is a shame. I heard good thing about them in the past, and this year they have to be the homeland too. That the World is on Europe this year. Hmm. I hope they can show up. I hope they can put a good show. The MSI LEC was kind of fine because I'm gonna get into the team now, so I guess we should watch the some of the other team I'm gonna talk about first. Okay, this one, brain. Okay, yeah, this one, 11 minutes. Not too long, not too long.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first episode of the Major Region Rundown. I'll be making a video on each major region, starting off with the LEC, and these videos will serve as information pieces that are quick, snappy, and easy to understand so you can get up to date about all the teams. Let's start with the first seed from the LEC, G2 Esports. In the top lane, Broken Blade. Jungle, Yike. Mid lane, Caps. AD carry, Hansama. Support, Mickey X. G2 is running the same roster as Worlds 2023, where they failed to get out of the Swiss stage, falling short to NRG. Expectations were really high for G2 during last year's Worlds, given how dominant they looked domestically. There were also rumors, later to be proven true, that G2 was doing incredibly well in practice against some of the top teams in the world, and this, however, sadly did not translate to the main stage. G2 managed to beat Top Esports at MSI this year in a 3-0 fashion, which is the first time a European team managed to beat an LPL or an LCK team in a best-of-5 internationally since 2020. They've won every single split this year domestically, winning Winter, Spring, Summer, and the season finals. Skill level in Europe, however, has been a bit questioned, with a lot of G2's wins in recent times coming off the back of throws or misplays from other top teams in the league who are already ahead, leading to a lot of fans or analysts being skeptical of their skill level. Here's an example of some of the summer best-of-5s they played and the gold deficits that they were facing. However, I think some of their struggles during summer came from the meta shifts in bot lane, specifically the AD carry role, transitioning from things like Kalista, Aphelios, Lucian and Jinx, towards champions like Zeri, Ashe and Ezreal. Hansama looked a little bit uncomfortable with the shift and had to put in a lot of work from my perspective to catch up, and it was really noticeable in the season finals. If you think back to that win against Top Esports at MSI, it was actually the bottom lane of G2 that surprised the world, winning out against Jackie Love and Mako throughout most of the 2v2 lanes. even picking up duo kills against them and being a big pressure point for G2. And as much as Mickey X has shown inconsistencies this year, most notably running in alone and dying while warding, he is definitely still a world-class player and will be a huge factor in G2's success at Worlds. I also think Caps is the best Western player in the tournament, and also won MVP of the year despite some ups and downs. He is definitely the one mid laner to look at from Europe who could stand up against the best mids in the world. This team's success also stems from their innovation and creativity. Even in the past when G2 was winning, the team was really winning off the back of flex picks or random picks when they were having fun. And this year is a similar sort of trend. Examples of this includes this year's lane swaps, being the first team to play Poppy support, Rek'Sai top, going jungle. And as much as some of it didn't work, G2's strongest attribute has always been this creativity. Let's see if the meta favors them heading into Worlds 2024, and let's see what kind of wacky picks they can come up with. The second
So yeah, G2, the first is the one that won it all year long. I would say they are actually fun to watch if they pick the wacky pick. Like Cradle say, Cradle is from Europe, so he gonna have knowledgeable in the European team, the LEC. Like he said, they pick the wacky stuff sometimes, and that what is what I find fun. However, in this summer season, I don't see they do wacky pick at all. And like he said, they tend to win because the other team throw, not that they dominate that team. Yeah, it's not that they dominate that team. So I do think they kind of weaker, at least weaker than when they are as MSI or when they are as Spring. At the MSI, they won against top esport, which when we get to LPL, we will know top esport are very, very good team. So it does count for something. They are go toe to toe with T1 as well. If any Western team gonna upset some Asian team, I do think G2 is gonna be the one who did that. They have a lot of discipline. People know they skim a lot and have a successful result, something like that. So they are a strong team, but sadly, this summer they didn't show off that much. At least for me, I didn't find them that fun watching in this particular payoff. Yeah. Okay, the next team.
second seed from the LEC is Fnatic. In the top lane, Oscar Inin, jungle, Razork, mid lane, Humanoid, AD carry, Noah, support, Jun. It's the same roster as last year, the only difference is they've swapped out Trimby for Jun in the support role. They of course failed to make it out of Swiss stage last year, losing to Worlds finalists Weibo Gaming. 2024 for Fnatic has been one huge roller coaster. They lost to Team Liquid at MSI and EWC this year, which has disappointed fans and left a sour taste in the mouth when it comes to international performances. It feels like Fnatic is always the bridesmaid and never the bride. G2 has just been their kryptonite for years and years, and that trend has continued in 2024. Losing to G2 in the spring finals, the summer finals, and the season finals. It felt like Fnatic was getting stronger as a team as the year went on, so hope rose for the ladder series against G2 in the year. That's bot tier 2, that's another 700 gold.
No longer has that turret aggro.
Nah, this ain't losing.
Oh, Kader.
These once again ended in a disappointing fashion.
He's gonna cook him! He's gonna cook him! No, he's gonna die! No!
With Fnatic having incredible leads in most of their games in the finals, but just not being able to close out absolutely any of them, which was incredibly frustrating to watch. AD carry Noah has been struggling with a lot of mindset and performance issues since MSI this year. Opinions of fans and analysts on social media really impacted his viewpoints on himself and the pressure he was under. He deleted all social medias and tried to fix these mindset problems, while Fnatic also hired a performance coach to assist the team towards the end of summer. To be honest, you can definitely see the growth. Noah's become much more decisive, and you could see it in the season finals, and he looked a lot more stable and reliable ever since MSI. But one of their strengths is definitely the early game, and one of the main driving factors there is Razork, who to me is the best European jungler heading into this tournament. He has an incredibly flexible style to fit whatever the team needs, and always manages to find Fnatic early game advantages against every team domestically. This paired alongside a player like Humanoid, who is almost like a big game hunter, which is a term they use in Korea to describe players who seem to show up in the big games, should be quite a scary pairing at Worlds. Humanoid has always seemed to have good performances at Worlds, and although Fnatic aren't rated extremely highly and have had a bit of a disappointing year, this team can definitely catch you off guard with how they perform in both good ways and in bad ways. If this team fixes their late games, they could be a strong team for Europe. The third seed from the LEC.
Yeah, the Fnatic. If you ever watched esport, low esport at all from the how do I say it? Ancient year, many years ago, Fnatic gonna be name that you probably know of. Kedel himself is a Fnatic, was a Fnatic player too, so that's why he know a lot. He did cheer for them too. But yeah, they seem to be the second place. A lot of time they always fight G2 at the final and lose to them. And it's even more funny that they did it 2 times. Is that during the playoff they met G2, not the final. It's just regular playoff. They win against G2, 3-2 or 2-1. They win, and then G2 go to lower bracket, and then they meet again on the final, and then they will get 3-0 by G2. Like, seriously, why? This is happened 1 time. This happened second time this year too. How? Why? Seriously, I don't know what's wrong with them. But yeah, I mean they are pretty good too, but I wouldn't put them too higher than G2. G2 still beat them at the final, and like Cradle say, they lost to NA. I mean, in the mind of the Western team, they do know that Western team the fan do know that they might not be compatible with the Eastern team fan. So they do like to have a friendly rivalry with each other. Basically, in international, if an EU team fight an NA team, the fan gonna go to look it out, the fan gonna look it out, of course. So the fact that Fnatic lose to NA, lose to Team Liquid is kind of disappointing for the EU fan. So yeah, maybe they could show up, maybe they wouldn't. Who know? I wouldn't put it past them. They did have some big name player that do show up in big game. Okay, the last one, the third seed.
And starting in planes is the Mad Lions. In the top lane, we have Mirwin. In the jungle, we have Elyoya. At mid lane, we have Frescowi. In AD carry, we have Supa. And in support, we have Alvaro. Oh, Mad Lions, the international disappointment name that'll scare international fans away. Losing in planes in 2020 and in 2022, and losing in 16 minutes to T1 has definitely left a little bit of a scar on European fans. However, the team has 4 brand new faces on the international stage, led by veteran Elyoya, who has definitely had some high highs and some low lows with Mad
Yeah,
Lions,
that
making it to
50,
semi-finals
60 minutes is a
2021,
meme.
almost beating Damwon and also making top 8 at Worlds that year. The ups and downs of the past international performances represent the current version of Mad Lions quite perfectly, making it to the finals of the Winter Split in their very first split debut, but finishing 7th in summer with just enough championship points to qualify to the season finals and scraping their way there, but then winning the first best of 5 in a miracle fashion against G2 Esports, which essentially qualified them for Worlds. This team is just a very young and motivated team, and innovation is the name of the game. They have some incredibly fun players to watch like Mirwin, who basically has his own top lane meta completely different to everyone around him, playing things like Nidalee top, Fiddlesticks top, Lulu top, Nico top, the list really does go on. You can even hear it in their voice comms sometimes when they're in the pick ban. They will just pick something unexpected and random at the very last second. I mean, have a listen to this.
Galus, no? Oh la la. Oh my god. Yep.
It's fine, it's fine. Great. I think it's already fine method.
Get guys. Not smaller.
Or top server mid, or Aston mid maybe. I follow Aston mid actually.
Yeah,
Okay, well.
You really will have no idea what they're doing sometimes, and that's the beauty of their team. A lot of these rookies on Mad Lions have had standout moments, even AD carry Supa claiming that he's better than Deft, and the community had a laugh about it. It just shows the amount of confidence and drive some of these players have. Alvaro is definitely worth the mention, as to me he's Rookie of the Year, and Frescowi had some great moments, even solo killing Caps. Mad have the lowest expectations of the 3 European representatives, but it's their fire and creativity which might make this team amazing to watch at this year's Worlds. Or will we see Mad fail to make it out of planes for the 3rd time? I've invited LEC expert Vedius to give us his viewpoint and rundown of these teams quickly as we round out the video.
Mad Lion Koi. Yeah, Mad Lion Koi is actually the team I'm rooting for if we're talking about the LEC stuff. Because, like Kedel say, they are very, very creative. If you're gonna watch how creative they are, you should watch the game they play against G2 and win against G2 because the pick there was very, very funny. Not gonna lie. I mean, Lulu top, the support Lulu, but play on the top. They didn't win that game, but at least they win the series in 3-2 fashion. And like I said, G2 was strong. So the fact that they win G2 that time did put them on the radar, because if you have the draft that can catch some of them off guard, maybe they can catch some Asia team off guard. Who know? Who know? They're really fun to watch, not gonna lie, but they can be both good and bad. Some off meta picks sometimes ruin them. So they can be boring too because they got stomped because of their weird pick, something like that. But between this and another contender for the third spot, which is BDS, I would say I'm glad this team make it to World. It look way more fun with them. They have a lot of rookie that the old name is gonna have its legacy, but to see someone new in the international, it's kind of fun. How they will fight off the pressure of being in the international at big at world. It's gonna look more fun. So that's why they are the team I'm rooting for in the in the LEC. They also start at the play-in. They're gonna start with the minor region that we talk about. I hope they make it out of the play-in. I hope. Mm.
Hey everyone, my name's Vedius, and Kadril has reached out to me to ask my expert opinion on the LEC, to see what I think about the teams going into Worlds this year, and truth be told, I'm not optimistic. It's hard to be super thrilled and enthusiastic about the quality that our teams have demonstrated throughout the year. One of the biggest problems we've had in Europe is consistency. When teams have looked strong, they fail to deliver at the final hurdle, and it feels like that for a lot of teams, G2, even when they were a beatable obstacle, it was something that teams still couldn't quite overcome. But there are things to be optimistic about. When we look at G2, while their early game at times still is questionable, I think that they showcase the best mid to late game macro that Europe has had for a while. I genuinely think that their understanding of lane assignments, how to funnel resources into their carries, and generally how to play the map is something that is at a very high level, and I think you should be optimistic about. Assuming they can figure out how the meta evolves and they can adapt to it as we get closer to Worlds, my expectations for this team is that they should be top 8. I think you can make the argument and put them in the conversation for being a top 8 team in the world. Unfortunately, I don't think the same can be true for the other teams. While G2 does have their early game struggles, unfortunately the teams that have been able to take advantage of that in both Fnatic and Mad Lions have not consistently been able to convert those leads into a winning formula. For Fnatic, it feels like that some of their issues have stemmed from indecision, communication, and things just seem to fall apart. The foundation that they have as a team seems to be so exceptional. They seem to have incredibly talented players, and they have great creative drafts. Unfortunately, when it gets closer to being able to close out the game and deciding on how to play fights and play around objectives, this is an area where they're not entirely consistent in. But assuming that things can shift in their favor, they can definitely do some serious damage at Worlds. Don't be surprised to see them causing some upsets here and there, even if my expectations for them aren't to make a very deep run at the tournament. Now for Mad Lions, they're a team that similarly struggle to close out games, but for different reasons. With Fnatic, where I feel like their issues stem a lot more from communication and confidence to a degree, I think for Mad Lions, there is just a degree of a knowledge gap. Sometimes they get too overconfident. Sometimes they make plays that they don't need to make, and they overcomplicate the game in a way that just costs them games. Ultimately, they've become one of, if not the most creative teams that the LEC now has to offer, and I think that their potential is incredibly high. A roster full of rookies is something that in Europe we don't get to see very often qualify within their first year to the World Championship. In the past, when we've sent those rookies, they've been able to do some very impressive things. We think back to Origin, we think back to Misfits. When these rosters with young players have been able to debut on the international stage, people often underestimate them, and domestically, this was something that this roster has continuously had happen to them. They are constantly underestimated, they are very creative, and they're always able to find ways to surprise the competition. Again, do I expect them to make an incredibly deep run at this World Championship? No, I don't. I think that there are things that they are ultimately lacking as a team, but I really do think that they can do some serious damage, and if nothing else, they're going to be incredibly entertaining to watch. Elyoya is one of the best junglers that we have in the league. I honestly think we're sending 3 incredible junglers. But Europe, I think people have been very down on us, people are very pessimistic, and honestly, that's what we want to be. We want to keep our expectations low, but I know that our region can do very well. I genuinely think this year, G2 should be able to make top 8. That should be the basic expectation of them. If they're able to fix some of their early games, they can make a fight for the top 4. We'll see how things pan out, but I'm optimistic that Europe can do some damage, and if nothing else, they're going to keep us entertained. Alright, well thank you so much, Cadril, for having me on, and I hope you guys enjoyed the rundown.
Thank you so much, Vedius, for your insights and expertise. That's all for the major region rundown of the LEC. I hope you're a bit more informed than you were before this video. Stay tuned for more Worlds content coming every single day until World starts on 25th of September with the playing stage. Also, don't forget to subscribe.
Yeah. That is LET, the windiest guy. That guy is the official caster, so he know what he's talking about. I do believe them that G2 is good enough. The fact that they can fight against TS, and they did fight with T1 before, not win against them, but they did fight before. Maybe they will learn something or two. Should make them a top 8. They could be a top 8. I can't say the same for the Fnatic and Mad Lion though. Especially Mad Lion is coming from pain. I personally don't think they're gonna make it top 8, but maybe there's a way that Fnatic can be top 8 and G2 just didn't make it. Probably harder, but let's just say at least one LEC team will make it to top 8. I think so. I don't think he can be semi-final. I don't think they can be top 4. From the form they have right now, I don't think so. Okay, so the next one is gonna be LCS breakdown. Oh, I'm so excited this one. My region. I mean, as in, I like this region. This was.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of the Major Region Rundown. Today we're going to be going through the LCS with special guest Azael. These videos just serve as information pieces to break down what's happened throughout the year for all these LCS teams, going over their strengths, their weaknesses, and what their story really is, and what you can expect from them coming into Worlds 2024. Starting with the LCS Summer Champions in the first seed, we have FlyQuest. In the top lane, we have Bwipo, Inspired in the jungle, Quad at mid lane, Masu in the AD carry role, and Busio on support. After 4 long years, FlyQuest is finally back at Worlds. After a disappointing 2023, the team was fully revamped coming into 2024, picking up Bwipo and Inspired, who had both been inactive during 2023. Getting Busio from 100 Thieves, promoting Masu from their academy, and bringing in veteran Jensen. The team finished in 2nd in the LCS Spring Split and qualified to MSI 2024, where a disappointing result against
Yeah.
led to them not even making it to the main event. Going into summer, the team looked again to promote from within and replaced Jensen with Quad, a Korean import you might have seen play years ago on DRX under the name Solka. Fun fact, he retired and became a streamer, and after a year decided to come back to competition. This replacement has worked out tremendously well for FlyQuest. The addition of Quad has been a huge upgrade for the team. In summer, the team was convincingly a top 3 team, and they really leveled up when it came to the playoffs, beating out Cloud9, fighting with Team Liquid in a super close 5-game series, and then coming back from the lower bracket to shock everyone with an insane 3-1 win upset over Team Liquid to become the last LCS champions ever. And the game ended in, of course, the most LCS fashion ever, with the minions finishing the game. Inspired is definitely the player to talk about on this team. He might just be the best Western jungler this year. He absolutely gapped in the finals of the LCS, and that got him the finals MVP. Now, Inspired is a player that a lot of people regard as this selfish carry player who farms a lot and tries to get himself ahead, and that nets good carry performances. But interestingly enough, he was playing a lot of Ivern and Amumu and Maokai towards the end of the split, so he's definitely got a diverse playstyle, and I think people shouldn't sleep on him as one of the best junglers at the tournament for the West. FlyQuest is a very skirmish-heavy team, and Bwipo is an absolute psychopath who leads the charge. He has a very volatile playstyle, and when it doesn't work out, it can look kind of bad, but when it does, he can absolutely take over games, giving the team a lot of direction when it comes to fighting and contesting very heavily on objectives. NA's second seed is Team Liquid. In the top
Oh, FlyQuest. Oh, FlyQuest. If anything, if you want to know how strong LCS is, I do recommend watching the match of FlyQuest and TL, FlyQuest and Team Liquid, both the first match and the final. You can see they are pretty strong team, and they show up way more than LEC team. Yes, they are actually. Where is this one? Yeah. So Wippo and Inspire, if I remember correctly, they are from Europe. They are from LEC first, and then they're coming to NA to fight for NA. And this is the first time they get the title within the NA soil. Within, Wippo have a title with Fnatic. Yes, he was in Fnatic before. He not in Fnatic before and get a title with him. And he kind of, from what I have listened to the podcast of LCS, he feel like at the time that he was in the Fnatic, he feel like the win isn't from him. He feel like any top laner can be there and the Fnatic will win. So the reason that he come to this NA League is because he want to fight a team that he is the reason that they win. Personally, I would say Inspire is the biggest reason they win in the semi. I would say more than Wippo. But from what I heard, Wippo do have a lot of short calling. He command people in this team since these three tend to be less experienced than him, you know. So he did have a role in it, and that's why the way after he win, he kind of go mad because he shit talk everyone. I mean, this year, the LCS, the team is a trash talk the other team. That's why it's so fun. That's why it's so fun. And I like to watch the side content because it kind of like that too. It's it's really fun. I mean, it really is the Madman team. And like Cradle say, people tend to remember Inspire as someone who play carry jungle. Like I say, I talk about the jungle role. Actually, jungle role can be both. Yeah, you get freedom. Yes, a lot. But yeah, it's all fun and game, you know. But yeah, carry jungle tend to be the role that you can play both carry and support in that role. There is something called carry jungle. There is something called tank jungle. It's kind of versatile. Some people, some pro, good at tank jungle. Some pro good at carry jungle. And Inspire, although he have been remembered for the carry jungle, like Kedo say, he did. During this meta, he did play support jungle like Ivern or tank jungle sometime, and he looked fine on it. I would say it's fine. Like what he do, he's pretty good at what he does. I would say, yeah. So he's pretty good. He's pretty good. Uh, uh, and they win this summer split. They win the summer split, but they are not the one I cheer for. The one I cheer for is
investing very heavily on objectives. From Bro, Team Liquid. In the top lane, we have Impact. In the jungle, we have General from Bro. In the mid lane, we have Appa. At 80 carry, we have Yeon. And support, World Champion Core JJ. If you remember 2023, it didn't end well for Team Liquid. Despite being able to find a working roster with the late addition of Appa and qualifying to Worlds, the team went 0-3 in Swiss and was knocked out of the World Championship by GAN. Coming into 2024, and to the surprise of some, Team Liquid actually held onto their academy prospects Appa and Yeon, alongside veteran and former Worlds winner CoreJJ, and instead replaced their top side, bringing back Impact to replace Summit and bringing in Umti from the LCK to replace
Yeah, that's
Yosei.
Summit
The
go to
year didn't start
LLE.
that well, however, but they really ramped up in the spring playoffs as the 4th seed. They did a full lower bracket run to win the split and qualified to MSI. At MSI and EWC, the story was more or less the same for them. They convincingly beat Fnatic. They did show promising signs, however, and they definitely pushed the reigning world champions despite losing.
Oh yeah,
Summit
yeah.
was
He had
dominant
it back
domestically until
actually
the end of the
for some
LCS, a
time.
disappointing end for them, as they lost the championship in such a crazy fashion like we talked about. If not for those damn minions, they would have taken the series to 5, and maybe they could have clutched it out. Overall, they have looked like one of the strongest Western teams throughout all of summer, and Yeon and Appa have really developed into quite solid carries for the team, and are much, much better than they were last year, in my opinion. Impact won the MVP award, and is definitely, alongside CoreJJ, a duo that is bound to find success. You can expect high highs from Team Liquid. I think the loss in the finals really left a sour taste in fans' mouth, but overall, their summer has been flawless. Except they lost the title. Then we have NA.
Actually, I would say Impact never left. Impact after a lot of this team is coming from Korea, like Impact and Core JJ. They kind of world champion at one point really long ago, actually. And Impact kind of left LCK for the LCS for a long, long time. At this point, I think it's what 10, 11, 12 years. And then for Pro Korea, which is like a lot, a lot. That was as long as Faker, I would say. I mean, he win with Faker. But the reason that you didn't heard about him much might be because he wasn't in the team that show up. I think he was in C9 at one point. But this time they show up big time. They got Amti from LCK too. He only come up this year. He used to play for Brion saving money, something like that in the LCK. And this guy is US NA, like NA origin homegrown ADC and mid. And interestingly enough, they work out surprisingly well. Like I said, Inspire tend to be known for the carry jungle. Amti is the opposite. He's kind of known for the tank jungle, even at his LCK execute time. And Bro is a team that is like 10 players, so people kind of call them the low tier team. But it was very interesting that he was in the low tier team, and when he come to LCS, he win a title. It's like his first year, and he win a title in spring. That's incredible, not gonna lie. That part is because for the carry of this team tend to be APA and Yon. And when I talk about the sucker of the game, about the money, the more money mean more win, but it doesn't necessarily mean that, because the money have to be spent. The part of it is that not everyone can be a carry. The carry low, the one that had to kill people to win the game, that low have a lot of investment. You kind of need, like I said, you can need item, and for item you need money. And resort is something that you have to share. Oh, hello, Peril. We are actually, I would say they are watching me yapping our league. I'm talking about my favorite team at the tournament right now, and Tilly is necessarily have their main mail because I talk too much about league in the term that they don't understand. I'm sorry so much, Tilly. Hello. So back to Team Liquid. Like I said, there are two carry of this. Sometimes they might share low, Appa might play someone that more supportive, and Impact can be carry. But yeah, the resort have to be shared. Not everyone can be carry. If everyone be a carry, they're gonna take their own resort, and they're gonna be they're not gonna be as good as they can, and they're gonna lose. That's how you lose sometimes. So the fact that they have Impact, Ampty, and Core JJ, these three guys can play something that more supportive and don't have to use much money to build the item. They can they're how do I say it? They're stable. They are really stable. They can take care of their own because some player, if they play weak champion that more supportive, sometimes they lose because they're not good enough. Sometimes you can play weak side champion and stabilize yourself, not lose too much gold to the to your enemy, and it's gonna share the money to the carry that really need the money, and the structure is kind of fine. I see Empty display something else too, like the carry jungle because the beta that they play in summer speed kind of need carry jungle. He plays sometime, but I would say he wasn't that exceptional at it. I mean, it's okay. That's how I can say it. But Impact and Core JJ, they have a lot of experience, and they can so they can keep themselves safe. They can short calling. They can tell the rookie visit ABA and Yeon what to do. And that's why their balance was really good. The structure was really good. You have like that is the important thing too. When look back at this team, the like I said, sometimes you kind of have someone to be the carry. With the same with this team, had to be the mid and the bot. But sometimes Inspire will play carry, and someone else will create something supportive. Sometimes Wippo will try to be carry, and someone else have to be more supportive. It's kind of good that they can ship around their role. It's a good point of them. But yeah, I personally cheer for TL. The team was really fun. I follow their social media and they have fun interaction and whatnot. And like any sport, when you watch sport, you root for the team because you like the personality on the team, not because they're like the best of the best. I mean, sometimes people like the best of the best too, but I like their personality and whatnot. And when they win in the Spring Split, the final talk that they gave to the audience was really fun. I really like it. And it was the start of the Trash Talk era because they talk about how Spy Quest in the Spring Split with they are second page, they lose to TL. Basically, they talk about how Spy Quest talk too much and they talk too much, but they are not as good at them. So coming into summer split, the LCS tend to build around that narrative that they have a rivalry going on with TL and FireQuest. And it's what really fun, right? That you get to watch that rivalry like a real life story into the sport. And then in the final of the summer split, FireQuest beat them. Oh, yeah, it's okay, Naruto. I gotta keep talking. I mean, you can watch what if you're coming back and I already end. I don't think I will end with there's still two more region to go on. You might catch the tail end of it. But yeah, TL is the team I root for, my favorite team. So the next one, the last one.
Let's see, the 100 Thieves. We have Sniper in the top lane, River in the jungle, Quid in mid lane, Tomo at AD carry, and Ayla in support. Going into 2024, 100 Thieves made it very clear that they were going for a developmental roster. They built this roster around mid laner Quid, who had already played for 100 Thieves in summer 2023 after acquiring him from Genji Academy. They brought up Sniper to the main team, who is just 17 years old and has been signed to the organization since the age of 15 and first hit Challenger when he was 12. Rounding out the bot lane with Meech, who came from the amateur circuit, and Ayla from EG. To hold it all together, they brought in River, formerly of Golden Guardians, who is the only really experienced player on this roster. During summer though, 100 Thieves replaced Meech, who was benched so he could prioritize his mental health, and they brought in Tomo, who played for Dignitas last spring. This was the change that actually started to turn things around for the team. Even then, nobody really expected this roster to be here at Worlds. They caused one of the biggest upsets in NA history by beating C9 to qualify for the World Championship, a team that ended up showcasing a lot of problems despite star-studded roster names. The player to look out for on this roster is definitely Quid. I'm a huge fan of Quid. He's so talented. He was the Spring LCS MVP and is an absolutely solid mid laner. He just got to Europe recently to prepare for Worlds, went on an absolute tear in solo queue with a 44-game win streak, and is definitely, for me, the star of this roster. The team is extremely young, sporadic, and energetic, but they are also likely the weakest team out of all the major regions. Nobody expected them to be here in the first place, so expectations are pretty low, but they're a fun team to watch with great energy. I've invited LCS caster Azael to...
So yeah, 100 Thief. Oh, 100 Thief. Like Cradle say, they win against C9 that qualify them for World, and I can state how much an upset that was. Basically, everyone, analytic, even fan on Discord, 96% of people, and this isn't number I pull out of my ass, that there's someone who count everything. Okay, fella, there's someone who count everything and determine that 96% of people basically think C9 will win against 100 Thief. And they could 100 Thief win somehow. It was really fun series. I recommend it. And to be fair, I'm happy that it's the case because the C9 this year, they might be super team, but they wasn't look that interesting to me. Their play style, they only have one play style. It's like they have to win lane to win game, and that's kind of boring to watch. Not gonna lie, the fact that 100 Thief have a lot of rookie, have someone new to come to the world, like Sniper that have only 17 years old. Oh my god, that boy. But yeah, I do like that there's new people coming to world, and they get to, how does it, experience what the veteran, what the peak top or the top do. I personally don't think they are strong, but at least they are very fun to watch, like really, really fun to watch. And to bring back Ripple from Fire Quest, I was the side content of LCS as well, which they have sometimes Sniper, the top laner, talk the Ripple, the top laner of Fire Quest. And Ripple is a very veteran, like he was in Fnatic before many years ago. He played for many, many years. Sniper only start this year. So basically, every time I see Ripple, try to hype him up, high Sniper up because he can see the potential. It's kind of warm my heart, It's kind of like the real life mental story. Think about it. Think about it in anime when the older character saw younger character with potential and they kind of endearing them. Yeah, I really like the LCS storyline. So good. I mean, it's real life, but also sport. Oh, so good, so good. It's all really fun. That's all I want to say. I'm glad 100 Thief make it. I don't think they're gonna go too far, but at least I hope they make out of a pay-in. They start in pay-in. Same with Mad Lion and the Milo Legion. They're gonna get a lot of experience. I would say. It sounds like fun. They sound like fun people. Okay, now the prediction from the official caster.
His thoughts on the LCS heading into Worlds 2024.
I am so excited for LCS at Worlds this year. We have so many promising young players that are actually attending for LCS, and it's maybe the best crop of young North American talent that we have ever sent to the tournament.
See?
When you look at guys like Sniper, APA, Yon, Masu, Busio, and more, I am really excited to see the future for the LCS. 100 Thieves, I think, come in as big underdogs. 4 to 5 of their players have never even been to Worlds, with River being the only one to play there before when he was in the PCS. Sniper is a 17-year-old top laner. This is one of the youngest guys we've ever sent to Worlds from the LCS, and he had the most solo kills in the league in spring. He's a really fun personality. Definitely watch for his pop-ups on the player cams when he's having a good game. The big stars of the team, though, are Quid and River. These guys really excel in the early game, skirmish-heavy style. Quid is a melee champion specialist. He's also great on things like Ahri, and when he was paired up with River's Vi, his Jarvan, some of these kind of aggressive champions, Viego even, that he played a lot in spring, it meant such good things for 100 Thieves. Quid was the MVP of the league in spring, and River won first team All-Pro. This guy is world class, absolutely, as a jungler. I think the meta did hurt them during the summer split, but hey, with the nerfs to AD carries, I think we could see a shift back towards where they were really, really successful. Tomo subbed in for this team at a time where we weren't even sure if they were going to make playoffs, and then with his guidance, with his shot calling, that really was surprising to see from a young ADC. People don't usually bring that to the team in that role. They were able to upset Cloud9, where 96% of fans voted that Cloud9 was going to win. Every single pro, coach, analyst, you name it, I talked to said there was no chance 100 Thieves would be able to beat Cloud9.
Upset of the century.
Worlds, but they are very rough around the edges, and I'm not sure how far they'll be able to go at Worlds. Honestly, you know, when it goes down to a macro game, this team can definitely get outplayed on the map, and the lack of experience means that if things are going bad, they could go really bad. I think they should be expected to make out of play-ins, but I think anything after that would be a bonus. Team Liquid, they are a second seed, but I do think it's fair to say they were by far the strongest team over the course of the entire year. They looked really good, you know, internationally when they've gone there. They almost took down T1 twice in series. They crushed Fnatic in back-to-back series as well. And Impact is having maybe the best split of his entire LCS career, a decade into it, and he was the runaway MVP for the league. No one else was even close or even in the running, honestly. Umti has been setting up the team well, and APA and Yon have developed so quickly as really, really good carries. APA didn't get a single vote for All-Pro last summer or this spring, and then he was first team All-Pro alongside Yon this summer. They really have been performing very, very well. They can play the map well. They know how to push advantages. They know how to, you know, take over enemy territory when they are in that lead. And CoreJJ is, I just think, one of the smartest support players in the world. Every pro you talk to just talks about how if there's one wave you need to push in, if there's one ward you need to place, if there's something you need to get done on the map and you're just hoping someone's not going to be there, then you can guarantee CoreJJ is going to be in that brush to ruin your chances of getting that done. I think anything less than a quarterfinals appearance for this team is a big disappointment because they have been working so incredibly hard to really prove that they can take down an LCK or an LPL team and be respected globally, you know, for their skill. FlyQuest, I think they're a little bit harder to predict because in the LCS finals, and it's really that entire weekend, it just felt like they were peaking at the right moment. Bwipo turned up in a way that I haven't seen from him this entire year. I think he played some of the best League of the entire year on that weekend and really was a massive X factor for the team. And if you haven't watched in spring, you're probably thinking, well, isn't that how they normally play? They play through Bwipo, he plays these carries. It's not really anymore. In Summer Split, it was much more about Quad and about Masu. These guys have developed into the big stars of the team, the big carries of the team, enabled by the superstar jungler Inspired, who I think is the best performing Western jungler right now. This guy can play every single style, whether he's playing Lilia and power farming, whether he's playing Ivern, whether he's playing a Mumu or Lee Sin. He really can make it work for the team, and he has so much faith now in Masu and in Quad that they can get it done if he gets them an advantage, so he's willing to play that facilitatory role, which I think has made this team much more dynamic and has made them a real threat. Busio has also really overcome, I think, a lot of the nerves that he showed in the spring finals and at MSI. So if this team can all make it work, if they can really come together and perform at the level that they did at the LCS finals, I think, you know, they could maybe get through that Swiss stage. But I'm just not sure if we're going to see that same FlyQuest that we saw on finals weekend, because I didn't feel like we saw them play to that level for most of the year. And that's my big question. Either way, I'm super excited for the LCS going into Worlds this year. And I think if you're an LCS fan, you should be too.
Thank you guys for watching this major region rundown for the LCS, and massive thank you to Azeo for participating in the video. I hope you learned a little bit more about the LCS heading to Worlds this year, and yeah, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one.
Oh, LCS, my favorite legion. I really like them. They have a lot of story going on, and it wasn't old story too, because for LEC have story too. They have the rivalry between G2 and and fanatic. But to me, that was like really, really old. It happened many times, and this have like young player, new storyline, new person to root for someone who that only come to watch this year. This was very appealing, and the visual and everything was very fun. So the team, I'm gonna use all my bias and just say FireQuest and TL is possible top four. I mean, like Azazel say, the caster say, I do think TL is very powerful unless the loss in the final upset them too much to the point of mental boom many weeks later. I don't think they will change form that much. They are very stable for what they are. Even coming to the EWC and MSI, they're still stable, and this one really good. And I consider Five Quest to be almost at their equal. It's just their player and their playstyle and their story didn't quite capture me that much. That's why I do like TL more. But on the power scale, I do think they're close. So that's why I'm gonna make it fair and think Five Quest can be top 4 too. 100 Thief, however, like I said, a lot of new player, a lot of inexperienced player. No one expect them to be here. I think it's fair to say just out of payoff, just out of pay-in is fine. I don't think they can make out of Swiss State. If they can, and if they upset someone, it's gonna be cinema. It's gonna be cinema. Seriously, I think it's gonna be cinema. But right now, I don't think it's gonna happen. Yeah, that LEC, the LEC, and LCS tier for now. The next one gonna be LPL. Oh, LPL, my beloved. LPL, the buttliest region ever. The thing about LPL is that they have really unique play style. Well, I wouldn't not unique, but more like distinctive. As each region tend to have the way they play because they're from different country, right? And they have to cultivate their pick. Like LEC and LCS really like using Ivern, which is a jungle that can support, can make shield, can stun, like really support but not tank. Very unique. The Western team like to use that. Eastern team, not too much. I mean, people play, but I don't think it's that notable compared to the Western team. So the region does have impact on the play style. That's what I want to say. And LPL have a noticeable play style. Is that they fight everywhere, ever. If we're gonna watch, there's that one what the fight in one game. I remember that Weibo play with someone. I don't remember who, but it was like at 7 minute mark, there are like 12 people die already. Which I was like, that's which not gonna lie, that really high. Like more than 1 kill per minute. It's really high. Only LPL can do it. There are legion like that. Okay, let's watch them.
Hello everyone and welcome to the next episode of the Major Region Rundown. Today we're going to be going through the LPL. Now these videos again serve as information pieces to keep you up to date if you haven't been watching the LPL. Snappy, quick, strengths and weaknesses, what you can expect from the team and where they are now compared to where they were last year. Let's start with LPL's first seed, the summer champions Bilibili Gaming. In the top lane we have Bin. In the jungler we have two-time MSI champion Wei. In the mid lane we have the golden left hand Knight. At AD carry we have Elk. And at support we have On. BLG finished top 4 at Worlds last year, where they lost in the semi-finals against Weibo Gaming in what was an incredibly close 5-game series that was ultimately decided in a dragon fight, where Light clutched the fight to take Weibo to the finals. Following their Worlds 2023 exit, BLG brought in Knight to replace Yagao, who went to JDG with the two teams effectively swapping mid laners, and this just gave BLG even more firepower to work with. They won LPL Spring and qualified to MSI where they finished 2nd place, losing to Genji in a 3-1 fashion where their bot lane struggled a little bit to match the Korean counterparts. Towards the end of summer and despite relatively good results, BLG benched Shun for Wei, who added way more consistency to the team, which was much needed for the BLG roster. The veteran jungler, formerly from RNG, brought immediate results to the team. They've only lost a total of 4 games as a team since Wei joined, not series. They haven't dropped a single series. BLG won LPL Summer with their new jungler in such a dominant fashion. They were not challenged at all in the playoffs and are a tier above the rest of the region at the moment. This team is one of the favorites to win Worlds. Bin is possibly the best top laner in the world right now. Knight was the MVP in Spring, and although he's had his ups and downs, he is a solid player. Elk and On are still easily one of the best bot lanes in the world, and Wei has slotted in perfectly to this roster. I gathered up some comments and insights from the Eastern fans on their perspective on BLG. The Chinese fans said that Bin is very solid and always shows up in internationals. Wei has been having great performances this split. Knight is very good, but they worry that he has a history of not showing up on the big stage. Usually people do not give him the edge over mid laners like Faker when it comes to Worlds. Elk is solid, but people are worried about On since he's quite inconsistent. Often he's memed as the Chinese Hylissang. Overall, they think that this team has a very high skill ceiling given the right meta, and they do have the biggest chance of winning Worlds over the other LPL teams.
BLG completely dominated the entire year in the LPL, but are a quite different team to what they were in Spring. The team has benched Shun in favor of Wei, which has allowed them to play a much more dynamic playstyle. Previously, BLG was an extremely bot lane focused team, but now with Wei, the team can play through all 3 lanes, which has unlocked their solo laners of Bin and Knight. It seems that the MSI Finals loss to Genji was a big turning point for BLG, as they have restructured their playstyle in order to have a better chance versus the LCK at this World.
Moving on to the 2nd seed, Top Esports, who...
Oh, BLG. I would say they are the most dominant team coming to this world. The only reason I won't give them the final, I won't say they will definitely win. I won't say that because every time a favorite coming into world, they lose somewhere along the way. Seriously, that's how the script works. They will always lose somewhere along the way. And I would say BLG is the closest team to the favorite to win it all. They win spring, they win summer, they win in a convincing fashion too. Not that 3-2 game close or 2-1 game close. Not like that. Nothing is close for them. They are above every LPL team. And well, you may say the same thing for TL or Genji in their home region, but for Genji, we will see in the next video why I don't think so. Well, but that was I gonna say. I think BLG favorite. I agree. And from the number alone, they should, but I don't trust in that script. Not gonna lie, the favorite won't win world, never will.
Qualified as the 2nd seed for having the most championship points. In the top lane, we have MSI 2023 champion 369. In the jungle, world champion Tian. In the mid lane, we have the rookie of Cream. At AD carry, we have the superstar Jakilov. And in support, we have the MSI and world champion Mako. Following a disappointing 2023 where the team didn't manage to qualify to any international event, Top Esports rebuilt around their jungler Tian and their AD carry Jakilov and said goodbye to Rookie. The team signed 369 from JDG. 369 actually left JDG because he wanted to go home to Top Esports where he felt like he would be more comfortable. It was actually his choice to leave JDG in the first place. They then signed Cream from OMG and Mako from EDG. Now you might remember that Cream struggled a little bit in one of their series where he was playing Kaiser for OMG. In very important game deciders, it looked like he was crumbling a little bit. Mako is such an amazing pickup though, such a star player and one of the GOATs of LPL. The team is frustratingly inconsistent at times. While they've shown very high highs, like very good regular season performances and then pushing BLG and Genji to 5-game series in playoffs and at MSI, they've also crashed and disappointed in moments where fans expected more of them, like when they surprisingly lost in a clean sweep to G2 in the lower bracket, or when they failed to reach LPL Summer Finals after losing to Weibo, who had some kind of miraculous run going on. This team has incredible firepower on their roster and some huge names. They have 4 different international champions from 4 different eras. Jackie Love from 2018, Tien from 2019, Mako from 2021, and 369 from 2023. And Cream has seen incredible growth as a rookie this year, especially in the AD mid-meta where he thrived. He was probably the best Tristana in the world. Tien was the MVP of Summer Split, and most of these players are considered world-class, or at least close to the best in their roles, but it seems like they never show up when it really matters. It's hard to know what to expect from top esports. Will they show up, and will the performance match the names and the superstars on this roster, or will they disappoint yet again? Again, I contacted some of the Eastern fans to get their thoughts over in China on top esports. They said the top esports might be close to BLG in strength, but they didn't make the summer finals, which was a huge disappointment, and even though they had a good record of beating Genji during the Esports World Cup, they have mixed opinions. On the one hand, you have players like Jackie Love and Mako who show up on the biggest of stages, but on the other hand, you have players like Tien who have a bad history at the Worlds, and Cream is just a rookie at the end of the day.
Top Esports remains one of the hardest teams to judge going into this world. On paper, the team is excellent and have elite players in every single role, but repeated underperformances in big moments have caused for a lack of confidence that the team can win when it really matters. The biggest question mark for Top Esports going into this tournament will be Tien. He has been outstanding in the LPL and was the 2024 LPL Summer Split MVP. But international fans will always remember his big chokes at Worlds in 2021 and 2022. Will Tien reclaim his international throne, or will Worlds Tien show up once again?
Just like last year, the
Oh, TES. TES is a bit more fun to watch than BLG because their definition of an aggressive bot lane. Jackie Love and Mako is very aggressive, but they can fall. They lose to G2 in the MSI, and of course they lost to Weibo in this split. If we get to Weibo, you will know why we have to think about it. But yeah, I don't think their form is the best. I'm not sure the meta is the best for them as well. We just have to see. Personally, I don't think Cream have good match. I think the match it is stable but not carry. The carry tend to come from bot lane. 369 can carry. Yeah, it's hard to judge.
The LPL's third seed is once again LNG. Their top laner is Zika. In the jungle they have Weiwei from Weibo Gaming last year. In the mid lane they have Scout. At AD carry they have Gala. And in support they have Hong. Let's start by addressing the elephant in the room, which is Scout. As of right now, there are rumors that he might not be able to compete at Worlds due to an old contract dispute with his former team EDG, which would not allow him to leave China. The rumor, currently, is that JDG mid laner Yegao will be replacing him on a loan. The only roster change LNG has done this year has been the swap from Tarzan to Weiwei in the jungle. The team had a very disappointing end to their Worlds run last year, where they were absolutely demolished by T1. It's less about the fact they lost and more so how they lost. The team just looked like it was imploding in real time and just failed to show up on the day. This year the team really struggled in spring and finished in 7th place, but came out of the woodwork in summer to turn it all around despite no roster changes and finished 2nd in the regular season. However, they bombed out in the playoffs, failing to win a single best-of-5 series after being clean swept by Top Esports and then losing in a 5-game series to Weibo. With enough championship points, they qualified the regional gauntlet, where they were much more convincing and they got their revenge over Weibo Gaming with a 3-0 sweep. I think without Scout, LNG is going to struggle and Yagao is not the player that they need. Scout was such a pivotal carry for this team last year and this year, and I think without Scout, this team might crumble. As much as I like Yagao, I don't think he's been having the best of years, and I also think he's more of a supportive player who's very good on the map, rather than someone that you can rely on to single-handedly carry the game. Scout, for example, his Yone was so pivotal in some of these playoffs matches, and I just don't think Yagao can show up with those individual carry performances, and so I wonder how LNG will do at this international. If Yagao is confirmed, I think they will not perform. Again, I spoke to some of the Eastern fans, and here are some of their thoughts. I'm quoting from most of these. LNG, Zika has had some great highlights, even though he's not that experienced. He has some new picks like Ryze in the top lane. Weiwei, they think is a little bit of a downgrade on Tarzan domestically, but he's basically playing around the mid and the bot lane. Gala and Scout are insanely solid carries, but Gala's records at Worlds have not been that good. Hong, like On, is very inconsistent. People do not have high expectations on this team.
Regardless of whether or not he attends though, I personally rate LNG as the worst LPL team going into Worlds. The strength of this team lies in solid macro and early game turret taking, but they also have extremely slow games, and when lanes are not ahead, they struggle to find opportunities to come back into games. A lot of people will look at the fact that LNG 3-0'd Weibo, but to contextualize this, the match was played the day after Weibo played in finals, which limited the amount of prep that Weibo had going into that match. If LNG can play strong early games and get leads, they close out games well and are strong on the map. But if they don't, I could see LNG potentially not even making it out of the Swiss stage.
Lastly, we have LPL's 4th seed, Weibo Gaming. In the top lane,
LNG, not gonna lie, I don't know about them much. They didn't show up too much in summer, in spring split. LPL is one thing you need to know. LPL is very big league. They have like more than 10 teams compared to other region. They have 18, 19 about that. LCK have 10 team. LEC about 10 to 8, and LCS about 8. So yeah, they are really big, and there are many teams. I'm not gonna lie, watching them is kind of tiring because there are so many teams you need to think about. So when LNG didn't come up on the radar during the spring split, I didn't remember them much. When they came up to the summer split, oh, I do learn that they have people coming from ING this win MSI before, something like that. Yeah, they have good player and they have potential, but I don't think they're gonna go far because like they were rumor in this video, the rumor become true. It seemed like their main mid laner can't come to the event and they have to sub someone. And I already talk about how if you sub someone, you seem weaker and expectation gonna be very low. Yeah, I think it's gonna happen to them. It's very unfortunate that you can't use the same roster, but yeah, it happened. It happened.
we have Breathe. In the jungle, we have Tarzan. In the mid lane, the Tiger King of Spring, Xiaohu. At 80 carry, we have Light, and their support is former world champion Crisp. Last year, Weibo Gaming were also the LPL's 4th seed, where they surprised everyone by making a deep run to the World's Finals. Coming into 2024, the top side changed, with ZDZ coming in for the Shy, who would be taking a break from competitive play, and Xiaohao would be replacing Weiwei, who went over to LNG. The team had a very disappointing spring split, finishing in 7th in the regular season and not going beyond top 6 in the playoffs, so they changed their roster once again, signing free agent Tarzan and also acquiring Breathe, formerly from RNG. In summer, they looked significantly better with a 4th place finish in the regular season, and going into playoffs, they went beyond everyone's expectations again, taking out both Top Esports and LNG in 5-game series to make it to the summer LPL finals, which no one would have expected, where they were then dismantled by BLG, of course. The team then went into the LPL regional finals, where they were once again clean swept by LNG. They fought in a nail-biter 5-game series to qualify as the 4th seed by beating JDG. It's so hard to know what to expect from Weibo. They've shown signs of being able to be the best team, absolute contenders to the top teams in the world at their peak, and look incredible, into folding and collapsing when you least expect it and having extremely disappointing performances against some of the weaker teams. Tarzan, for me, has been an amazing standout player for them that really shifted how the team looked from spring to summer. He had a little bit of a slow start when he came in as expected, as he wasn't competing during spring, but he really got into the swing of things as one of the best junglers in the LPL. He always has a tendency to look really good domestically, however. The question is, can he replicate this success internationally and not repeat the 2023 happenings? Chinese fans are definitely not happy that Weibo Gaming made it to Worlds over JDG, but there's nothing they can do about it now. They say that Breathe, a lot of people on the inside, like players and coaches, gave him a lot of high praises, but his general performance doesn't meet that level. Sounds like he was doing good in scrims, but they say that he has the ability to pop off at crucial moments. Tarzan is still an incredibly good player and the best player on this team, however the T1 and LNG series still traumatizes the fans. Xiaohu had an incredibly terrible year, but he still made it to Worlds, but Light had a great performance against JDG. The sad part is people don't think very highly of him. They say that he's not as aggressive as some fans want him to be, and he does often lack the ability to step up in important games. In a way, Chinese fans view him and Knight as the coward, and that's the nickname that they give both of them. Crisp is very good on engage supports, he's a great shot caller, but Weibo Gaming is 4th seed for a reason. Sometimes they'll look like a bottom tier team, but sometimes they'll look like a top tier team. They're not sure which version will show up at Worlds. They also feel like their coach's drafting, Danny, can be a bit frustrating sometimes. He refuses to change anything up when they're in series, he just sticks to the same plan.
The main two players to watch on Weibo are Tarzan and their AD carry Light. In the LPL, Tarzan was insane throughout most of the split with a ridiculously deep champion pool. His individual prowess throughout multiple different styles of jungling was second to none worldwide. Light, on the other hand, was a master of the meta. Not only was he solid on champions like Ezreal, MF, and Ashe, but he also played Jhin and Varus successfully, which was a rarity for most AD carries in summer. Overall, the team's variable performances had to do with some individually poor games from their solo laners, but not much to do with their overall playstyle. Weibo should be looking to make it out of the Swiss stage, but anything further than that will heavily be reliant on who they draw in the quarterfinals. I expect Worlds to go a little bit differently for the LPL this
Oh, Weibo Gaming. They are the finalists that fight T1 last year, and they got 3-0 by T1 in the final of World last year. Pretty disappointing, not gonna lie. But yeah, Weibo is kind of that team that you can't evaluate whatsoever because that year didn't look like a finalist too. Because they can win to anyone, they can lose to anyone, they can win and lose at anyone in the same series. That's kind of their thing. I mean, not as much as KT from the LCK, but they're still inconsistent as fuck. When they have high, they have really high, to the point that they can go to the final of this and that. If I have to rate them, yeah, it's gonna be a roller coaster.
quarterfinals. I expect Worlds to go a little bit differently for the LPL this year than last year. Last year, all 4 teams of the LPL ended up making out of Swiss, with 3 teams making it to semifinals. But I do believe that this year, the average level of performance will be slightly lower. That doesn't mean, though, that the LPL cannot win the tournament. I think BLG is absolutely a top 3 team in the world, and based on how they adapt to the meta, they could be the eventual world champions.
Thank you guys for watching the major region rundown on the LPL, and thank you to Dom for featuring in the video. Hopefully you're a little bit more informed on the LPL now. I will be going a lot more in depth on these teams and players in the coming days when I do things like tier lists for teams, or player tier lists, or top players in the world. So stay tuned for that stuff, and don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Peace.
Okay, coming to rate them. Let's say BLG first. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think BLG gonna make it. Like I said, they are so dominant, they are so favorite that I can't see them win. I don't think they will. At best, they might be finalists and then got beat by the other finalists. But really, I really believe in that favorite won't win narrative. One, it's more fun. If they win all, it's gonna get boring. 2, it's just what happened every single year. Seriously. So, yeah, possible top 4. The highest they can go in my eye. Top esport. They could be top 8. They could. But they still have 4. They did lose to G2 too. But Weibo, like I said, Weibo is kind of yo-yo. It can go high, it can go low. I don't want to put them at a finalist because it's gonna be 2 finalists in a row, which probably harder to get than 4th. So I would say the top they can go is 4th. I wouldn't be surprised if they are 8th. But yeah, I think the top 4 TS, my top 8. I mean, all the LPL is basically if they are all 8, I'm fine. If they are all 4, I'm fine. If one of them make it to final, it's probably gonna be BLG, and it's very, very much possible, but I just don't believe it that much. I mean, if they win it, it's gonna be the first time I can think of the favor coming to world, win the world itself. Yeah, yeah. I don't think they're gonna be it. Let's keep it right here. Let's keep it right here. Yes. And then the last one is LCK. Oh, LCK.
Hey guys, welcome to the
LCK, the plastic list, because the Korean always good in every game, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot LNG. I told you I forgot LNG. I guess if you're gonna have when you have me, to be honest, maybe they won't make it at all. Not gonna lie. They're I don't like saying forgettable. It seems like an insult. I mean, they have a good player, but probably not all. Hello, Drabuto. Welcome back. We just finished the LPL video and we are ranking them. So I'm gonna give my reason again. So for what I said, and when you were away, you can watch the VOD, I think. So BLG, seriously, the favorite to win this world, coming into world, because they win spring, they win summer, everyone cannot in LPL cannot compete to them. They kind of have fine performance as MSI, as international. They didn't win, but they are fine. Aw, thank you, Tilly. I mean, I do afraid. I do have my insecurity because I'm new streamer. I never stream before doing this, so I have insecurity if what I said gonna be boring and don't understand. But if people don't understand, but they have fun anyway, that's probably fine, right? I because if you really don't enjoy it, I guess you won't stay. It's fine if you don't. I don't blame anyone. You can think of this like me recording myself so I can watch back sometime what I think when it happened. Maybe when finish watching World, maybe what I said will be totally off and I can look at that. Yeah. I see. Yeah. It's kind of good that I record my reaction, just to see if I get something right or get something wrong. It's kind of fun like that. That's a part of the fun. Okay, back to it. So, the BLG, Bilibili Gaming, it's kind of, like I said, their favorite, like very, very favorite. They win everything this year. No one compete to them. That's why I can't see them being finalists. Because every world, the finalist, the favorite, don't tend to not win. The winner tend to be someone else. They call it the script. The script tend to say the different story every time. So that's why I put BLG on top 4. I mean, in reality, they can be finalists, but even if then, I don't think they will win. I mean, I never saw the favorite that coming to world win. Part of it is because the meta will change from the way they play the character in the previous patch. Meta matter a lot in this game, in esports in general. So yeah, I don't think they're gonna make finalists. And top esports and Weibo, they good. They're good, but they're not good at BLG. So I rank them lower than BLG with the top 8. I still think it's possible, but it's possible they could be top 4. But I won't hope it too high. Consider that G2 can beat TS, something like that. It's gonna be hard for them for make out to top 4. They also can be final with as well, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that easy. So for Weibo basically inconsistent. They can lose anyone, they can win anyone. Sometimes they upset people. Sometimes they just lose to someone they shouldn't. So I do think 4 and 8 is fine. If I want more funny outcome, 4. Because last year Weibo is the finalist and they got 3-0 from T1 at the last year World. So yeah, I mean, they didn't. No one think they are that strong when they're coming to World that year as well, if I remember correctly. So maybe we will here. And LNG is not bad. They are third seed. They're not that bad. But the problem is the rumor that one of the member can come to World. At least can come immediately. They have a legal battle going on. They have to stop someone. And like I said, with the game stuff last year in MSI, if some team you stop, they seem to be perceived as weaker than their usual self, which I think is fair. I think it's fair. I mean, if you play with someone all year and then you have to stop someone that you didn't play with at all, it's gonna have the impact, not gonna lie. So I would put them even lower. I if they didn't get the original player, I don't think they're gonna make it to top 8 at all. If they got the original player, they could make it. Yeah. It was one of the drama on the Chinese side. Yeah. But yeah, that's how I think about it. Weibo can go either way because not gonna lie, Weibo can even go here. Last year they did that. But let's even it out and just say they are top 4. I could have more top 4 because my criteria is more like what I think the highest they could go in the reasonable term. Yeah, that's what I think about it. So the last region we have to watch today is the LCK. So let's start watching. Damn, we have been streaming for 3 hours. I can't believe it. I yap for 2 hours. Oh God, my throat gonna hurt tomorrow.
Hey guys, welcome to the final episode of the Major Region Rundown, and today we're going to be going through the LCK with special guest Chronicler, who's a caster and analyst from the LCK. These videos serve as information pieces, so you're a little bit more informed on these LCK teams heading into the World Championship. And as a quick note, I will be co-streaming all of Worlds this year on my Twitch channel at twitch.tv/casual, so if you want to tune in live and join me and watch the games alongside me, you can definitely do that. Anyway, let's get straight into it. I hope you enjoy the video. Starting with the LCK Summer Champions and the first seed, we have Hammerlife Esports. Doran in the top lane, Peanut in the jungle, World Champion Zeka in the mid lane, another World Champion at AD carry, Viper, and Delight as their support. Hammerlife Esports last participated in Worlds 2021 with a very different roster back then, with Chovy and Deft. After missing out on Worlds 2023, Hammerlife decided to build around their World Championship carries, Zeka and Viper, adding in Doran, Peanut, and Delight from the domestically dominant JNG, forming a super team. The team has looked solid throughout the year. In spring, they finished the regular season in third with a 15-3 record, and they beat T1 in the second round of playoffs. But they lost to JNG and T1 in the rematch. In summer, they took advantage of the slumping T1 to solidify themselves as the second best team in Korea, and they proved it in the playoffs by beating the 2023 World Champions twice. Going into the finals, everyone expected them to lose, as JNG has had their number consistently. Not only have they defeated them in the 6 encounters of 2024, Hammerlife Esports as an organization was also on a 19 consecutive losing streak against JNG. Alongside the fact that Chovy actually had a 16-1 win score against Zeka, that one win from Zeka being the World 2022 semi-finals. But they did the impossible and toppled a seemingly unbeatable JNG with super clutch performances in what was a very close best-of-5 series, effectively ending the Golden Road. Zeka, who was pretty disappointing and inconsistent throughout 2023, and even in some moments in spring this year, has had an unbelievable summer and playoffs. He has leveled up and is in similar form to his World 2022 performances. He also won the Finals MVP. Viper had a little bit of a disappointing end to the regular season, but turned it around instantly for playoffs and became the player we know and love. And I definitely think he's in the debate for best AD carry in the world. Delight is one of the best engaged supports in the world. His Rakan is for sure his signature pick, and we'll see if the meta favors him going into Worlds. Peanut was the LCK playoffs MVP for me, however. Super high level and consistent performances across the board, basically out-jungling everyone. You might remember his endurance performances at Worlds last year, not being great when Genji failed to meet expectations after a 3-0 Swiss stage. So for fans, there might be a bit of an expectation or possibility of those two players quote-unquote choking, or just not matching their domestic level. Overall, I'd say this team is definitely a contender to win a championship. It'll be interesting to see if they can match the higher expectations that are placed on them now that their career's first seed. Next, we have the
Oh, HLE. This is another one of the massive upset. Is that not as much as 100 Thief and C9 if I have to compare, but the fact that Genji, if you even watch this year or last year LCK even a bit late, you will know Genji is very strong. They basically win split back to back for like 3 and 4 split in a row. Like the only team in the region they can do that. Imagine you have 4 titles in a row. And yeah, the fact that and they also dominate in the regular season, in the playoff, everywhere. They basically win everyone, and like they break record everywhere, but they lose to Harmonize somehow. It's like it's really massive upset, like they like show here, like this is the number of match that these two teams face each other, and you can see that every one of them, yeah, Genji win. So it's so weird that Harmonize win. The player too, the two mid laner, Chovy and Seka, they also have a streak going on too. Chovy always win him. And funnily enough, the one win Seka have is at World. Everyone of this that Chovy win is on regional, and this one that Seka win is at World. So you can imagine that people that only watch World and don't watch LCK, didn't know anything, think Seka is better. But in reality, during regional, he always lost to Chovy. It's kind of like, yes, it's kind of like, basically Seka never have domestic title. He never have the Korean title, never have LCK title. He only have world title from that year that he win Chovy. Like imagine being someone who have world title, have the cup for the world championship, but doesn't have the cup for the regional that you come from. Seka is basically that guy. It's really funny, not gonna lie. So yeah, that was the massive upset, and I recommend people to watch that match, the final match of LCK as well. It was very good. There are a lot of pop-up moments, even if you don't understand league at all. You can see big team fight, you can see character die, and you can assume that there's high stake of the fight, That's like the fun part. Even if you know nothing, you didn't understand how many items or how many money they have. Sometimes they fight big, and yeah, a lot of people, and someone die, and it's such an upset. I can't explain. I can't explain. It's such a big upset that the Harmonize win. It always seems like Chovy is really good, but it always seems like when it comes to the game that matter, when it comes to game that's not T1, when it comes to world, when it comes to regional final, that they didn't face T1, they didn't perform as well somehow, some way. Because when I say Genji win 4 times in a row, every time the final always be Genji T1. Everyone always say it's a curse that Genji T1 gonna happen every time. We don't know why. But yeah, then they always win T1. And everyone knows T1 is like very good at international. They win the world last year. They were really good in international, yeah. Really. They really are. But in regional, Genji beat them. But then this is the first time since Zatsudan since then that they find someone else that not T1 in the final. They find Our Life instead, and they lose to Our Life. In the fashion that if you watch the game, you can tell they try really hard. It was close game. It's not like a storm from SLE or anything. The SLE try really hard. So that's why during a regular season, I didn't pay attention to him not to them much, because the Legion have many star like Faker himself, the god is from this Legion. Of course, I'm gonna want to watch him. Of course, I'm gonna watch Genji because they win a lot. Of course, I'm gonna watch KT because KT is fun as hell. So SLE isn't on my radar. I know they're good. They are like always the third or the second in this region. They are good, but they are not what I want to root for up until that final happened. That final against Genji, after they win and they talk about how how they fight really hard for it, how their family have encouraged them or something like that. It's gotta build character, and now I feel like it's okay to root for them. I mean, they still are underdog coming into this world. If they meet again, I still think Genji have how do I say it, have a better chance to win them because the last time game was very close. But I still so I do root for them. I don't look for Genji. Like I said, I don't look for the team that always win all the time because I find boring. That's why I don't root for G2 that much. That's why I don't root for BLG that much. It's kind of boring to cheer for that kind of team. But when the one who win is not that team, it's so fun to watch. It's so fun. It's really fun to watch. Okay, let's listen to the Genji because they have a lot to talk about Genji.
So the top lane we have Keen, in the jungle we have 2021 world champion Canyon, in the mid lane we have Chovy, at AD carry we have Pays, and at support we have Lehens. Genji in 2023 had a pretty dominant domestic year, winning both LCK titles, but failed to show up internationally, finishing 4th at MSI and not going beyond the quarterfinals at Worlds. The early elimination against BLG led to the team restructuring the roster and only keeping Chovy and Pays, bringing in Canyon from Damwon, Keen and Lehens from KT to form somewhat of a super team as well. This new Genji went on to break regular season records in the LCK and almost managed an undefeated summer season scoring for their loss against KT right at the end of the season, which was their first LCK regular season loss since, well, you guessed it, their loss to KT in spring as well. Despite not getting a perfect season, they registered the highest map win percentage in summer, winning 92% of their games. They won LCK Spring, they won MSI, and it seemed like they were on track to win it all. But the upset in the summer finals against HLE shocked the world. For me, Canyon had a very disappointing finals performance. I feel like he got out-jungled by Peanut in most of those games. I wasn't too impressed with the Skarner pick, although we may see it at Worlds. Usually when I think of Canyon, I think of this creative, innovative style, whether it's picks or map play or using vision against the enemy. We didn't really see too much of Canyon in the finals. I do still think that coming into Worlds this year, he will be one of the best junglers of the tournament, with his signature pick of course being Nidalee, but we'll have to see if the meta allows it. Chovy for me is also the best mid laner in the world. I think that there is this narrative that he got gapped in the finals by Zeka. I don't think that's too fair. I definitely think there was a game or two here or there where Chovy did get gapped, but I don't think the series was decided by mid lane. I think game 4 was the real struggle, and in game 5 there wasn't much he could do. He's a player that definitely perfected the summer mid meta though. 80 carries galore, picked everything from Corki to Draven mid. Chovy really pushed the 80 carry mid meta, I think. Pace was also insanely good throughout the summer regular season and playoffs, but he then had a very disappointing finals with poor positioning in teamfights, namely in game 1 and 5. From ahead, he's an incredible 80 carry, but can struggle to find space to perform when the team is behind. He probably was the best Ziggs in the LCK, and Genji was the best team at using Ziggs, but that's also a bit nerfed and teams were target banning him. Despite this loss in the finals, in my opinion, they're still the best LCK team going into Worlds. I don't think a single best of 5 changes what they've done throughout the rest of the year, and I still consider them the favorites if they were to play up against Hammerlife. This team's macro is uncontested. Even when they are behind, they win through good decision making and smart map movements, and while we don't see it directly, a lot of this stems from Lehens in the communication, calling for these things. They were also the team that redefined and perfected the meta during summer. It really felt like they were 2 steps ahead of everyone, like we talked about with the 80 min picks and the Ziggs. I think the patch change will shift things up enough that they won't be too favored when it comes to the meta. Things will be way too different, and this perfected, refined style that they have won't benefit them as much. But I would love to see Chovy get a world trophy. It would be a shame of a player of his caliber to never see that trophy hoisted. As the LCK...
Yeah, Shadow have a point. Chovy is really good mid laner, but he never come up in international. Even the they win MSI of this year, but there is every time someone win MSI, they will not win world. That's just how it is. That's how the script is again. So I don't think Genji gonna win world. Seriously, the fact that they lose to Harmonize in the final kind of solidify that idea for me that they they can be brought down, they can be beat, especially if they fight with Chinese team from LPL. I feel like the Chinese team have more aggressive play style that they may not can they may cannot fight against. Maybe that's how I think of it, because in the EWC Esport World Cup they did lose to LPL too, but since that isn't the official layout tournament, people didn't use that much. But I still think it's kind of valid that they're strong. They could be finalists, but I don't think they're gonna win. I don't think they're gonna win. The third seed. Oh yeah, and the funny stuff they talk about at the beginning, that they have a regular season almost perfect. I think in LCK only one team ever done that one time, and that is T1 long time ago. Maybe when they are SKT, maybe. But yeah, that's the one time they didn't drop a single series to anyone in the regular season. And Genji try to recreate that in this spring and this summer regular season. They try to win everyone, and they almost do it, except they lose to KT. KT roster. Oh my god, I love KT so much. They can lose to Bro. You know the 10 player team I talk about, they can lose to Bro. But then next day they can win Genji, and everyone that saw them lose to Bro, they say, so they're gonna win Genji. It's so hilarious. It's so funny, not gonna lie. Everyone has to watch it. The fact as it happened 2 times in a row too. Both spring and summer, they lost to KT. Like out of everyone to lose, it's not T1 that's really good. It's not HLE that beat them in the final. No, it was KT. Yeah, it's KT. And this is the regional qualifier of LCK of this year. The last match, the absolutely last match, is KT and T1. And of course, they go 5 game. And they almost beat T1 to the world. Man, I love KT so much. I love them so much. And third seed, that one. Oh, Showmaker, the one who make the Kazante meme. Oh, I like him so much. He have such a personality.
Case first seed, we have D+ here. In the top lane, we have world champion Kingen. In the jungle, we have rookie Lucid. At mid lane, we have world champion Showmaker. At AD carry, we have Aiming. And at support, we have Moham. D+ Kia was at last year's Worlds, where they were the only non-Korean or Chinese team to not make it out of the Swiss stage, losing their qualification match to KT Rolster. This led to a huge restructuring of the roster, with only Showmaker and Kellen remaining. Canyon left the JNG, ending the long-standing Canyon-Showmaker duo that had played together for 5 years, and D+ promoted rookie jungler Lucid, who had been smashing it in the LCK challenger scene, and the team brought over world champion Kingen from Hammerlife and signed Aiming from KT. Towards the end of the regular season, the team benched Kellen and brought in Moham, who's already competed in 2022 and 2023 under KDF, and was looking incredible on DK's challenger team in spring. The team needed a more decisive engager. Last year they had more or less the same problem and tried bringing up Bible, but that ended up not planning out. Moham, however, seems to have helped fix a lot of what DK needed from the support position. This team has definitely improved from spring to summer, but for most of the year just looked like the 4th best LCK team. In spring they were 5th with a 9-9 record and then got eliminated by T1. Despite improvements in summer with a 3rd place finish in the regular season, the story repeated itself in playoffs as T1 eliminated them again. Going into the regional qualifier for Worlds, they finally overcame T1 in a 5-game series to qualify for Worlds over them. Showmaker struggled a lot with the AD carry meta, however, and his champion pool reflected that, with Tristana being the only pick that he looked comfortable on. The Worlds meta shift might be a huge boon for him and Damwon. On the other hand, the player to watch was definitely aiming. DK currently lives and dies with his performances with Showmaker struggles, and he's definitely one of the best AD carries of the tournament. Kingen has also looked extremely solid and looks to be in form coming into Worlds. I think this team should be expected to make it past Swiss stage this time. If the meta favors them, they could potentially upset some favorites, but it'll all depend on how Showmaker's form is coming into the tournament. And finally, as Korea's 4th seed, we have reigning world champions T1.
Surprise, surprise, the one who lost, the one who win last world is the 4th seed, the absolutely last one that qualified from the 20 team. But yeah, let's talk about Damwon. How do I talk about Damwon? I mean, I did like their I like their personality. I like Showmaker a lot. He have a really interesting persona. The play style is kind of fun. It's not the peak fun, but still kind of fun. But they kind of disappointing. I mean, they are not the Genji level. Absolutely, they are not SLE level. They lose to SLE many times. They can beat T1 sometimes, but sometimes T1 can beat them. I would say this go toe, at least in the last meta. I'm not sure the world meta. I hope the world meta is kinder to them because I want to see them pop off too. They're kind of fun. But yeah, let's coming to the favorite. I mean, favorite in a different way. Than saying win the world. It's more like favorite as in fan favorite. The fan is very very big. Let's talk about T1. Why are they 4th seed if you didn't watch them at all? Yeah, like our favorite too. The meta kind of fit them a lot.
In the top lane we have Zeus. In the jungle we have Owner. At mid lane we have of course Faker, AD carry Gomayushi, and Keria as support, the 5 world champions from last year. They also have Reckless as a substitute. Yay, go Reckless.
Reckless!
This is the 3rd consecutive world championship that we'll see this roster compete at together. However, while they are the defending champions, they definitely struggled to get here. They were 2nd place in LCK Spring, where they pushed Genji to 5 maps, and then were also top 3 at MSI following a 5-game series lost to BLG. But after that, things just kinda went downhill for T1. There was some hope in them bouncing back after they won the EWC, beating both BLG and Top Esports, but LCK Summer was rough, and the team hovered at around 5th and 4th for the whole season. In the playoffs, they convincingly beat KT and D+, but they were not close to the top 2 teams. Going into the regional finals, they lost to D+, who they had just eliminated from playoffs just 2 weeks earlier, and questions started to arise as to whether this team would even qualify to the World Championship. They had their final chance against KT, where they qualified for the World Championship by beating them in a nail-biter 5-game series. They were 1 game away from not being at this Worlds. Faker had a great individual lane phase and performance in spring, but has looked pretty mediocre in summer. The other players where performances really dipped have been Owner and Keria. Zeus and Gomayushi on the other hand have been pretty solid. Zeus still has some flaws and tends to get caught a lot, but he is still one of the best top laners at this tournament. Gomayushi is just a massive rock for T1. He is their most stable and reliable player at the moment. Some of this roster struggles could maybe be attributed to what fans think is T1's insanely rigorous schedule for the past couple of years. The team's never really had a break in their eyes. Not only has this roster qualified for every single major international event in the last 3 years, they've also participated in off-season tournaments, and all of this together with shooting content, fan meets, and other activities has led them to have very little downtime. It's hard to know what to expect from T1 as a 4th seed coming to Worlds. They have always seemed to show up at international events, and Faker has never failed to make top 4 in his 7 Worlds appearances, but this definitely is the weakest version of this T1 roster that we've seen heading into the World Championship. But the big meta shifts might be exactly what this team needed to perform once again. On paper, I expect this team to make it past Swiss and to top 8 given their level of play. Anything beyond that would be a huge success. Now I'm going to pass it over to Chrono.
Like Cradle said, this many people consider this is the weakest T1 in this roster have ever been. But personally, in my personal opinion, I think the meta change gonna help them a lot, and I feel like they are really good team coming into any international. Really, basically, you can't count them out. You can't count them out at all. And every time, it is a crazy stat, but every time Faker went to World, he never finished less than top 4. I mean, I agree that this year they should finish at least top 8. But like, the thing is, if they finish top 8, top 8 is still good, right? Not gonna lie, it's still good. It's more than middle of the road because there are 20 team. But people gonna be disappointed if they finish top 8. I think they did good a lot, and every time they lose anything at all, big or small, the fan base tend to impose somehow, expose into bits and pieces. I don't know why, because even the best people can lose sometime. Yeah, it isn't satisfying for the fan. With I am not that kind of fan for T1. I just feel like they are a really good comeback team, and if they win all the time, I think it would be boring. Like I said, if they are Genji, I wouldn't cheer for them. The reason that they are the weakest right now, and the reason that everything seems so against them, is why I want to cheer for them. I really like the underdog story. And from the past note, it seems really, really likely they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it at least top 4, at least. I mean, to I still don't think we can say for sure who will win world, but I wouldn't put it past them to make it to the final, because they are that kind of team. They are really good comeback team. They even win the EWC, the Esport World Cup. They might lose MSI, but at least they win something else. Just prove that they can fight in international. So yeah, I root for them. I root for them too. I root for them and HLE. I would say in this region, in this LCK, this is 2 team I would like to see.
Given their level of play is on these teams.
Hey Cadrill, thank you so much.
Now I'm going to pass it over to Chronicler for his expertise on these teams.
Hey Cadrill, thank you so much. I really appreciate being here. I always love talking about our LCK teams. So gonna quickly run you guys through the main story points I think are really cool coming into the World Championship and how I feel about the LCK teams thus far. For starters, talk a little bit about the region as a whole. I think that there is a very clear gap, which anyone that's watched the LCK will be able to tell you as well, between the top 2, which is Genji and Homa Life, and then DK and T1 respectively. Now, a lot of this will take into account that I think the teams will look very different once World rolls around. We've seen this countless times again for, I think, almost every LCK seat. They usually get their shit together as World actually comes around, but going into the tournament, I think it's good to note that Genji and Homa Life look on a completely different level. I think these 2 teams are unmatched within the LCK and should only be matched by teams like BLG and TES worldwide, and they are both very versatile in the types of style that they play, in how they pivot in drafts. I think Homa Life in particular in the finals had a really large amount of drafts that ended up working out for them well, and they really worked on their champion pools, which ended up, I think, being a big reason as to why they got the huge upset over Genji. A main storyline for Homa is definitely that tagline for Worlds is make them believe, right? And I don't know how much stock you want to put into that, but for Homa, there are a lot of players on this team that don't have any faith, I think, from the community at large. And I think that's valid as an LCK caster that had to watch Peanut and Doran last year at Worlds. But that is now offset by the fact that you have Zaka and Viper, obviously 2 very decorated players that have really been able to keep it together internationally. So for Genji, for them it's redemption in 2 ways. Obviously losing Summer means that the Golden Road is dead. My main thing though is that I imagine if Genji is able to win Worlds, which I think they should still be one of the heavy favorites, they would take that and not completing the Golden Road over the other way around, because while this team domestically has been supremely dominant, they have really struggled. I think it's been for various reasons. My main worry for Genji is how the meta shift is going to influence them. I do think that Chovy is really fine in terms of meta. I'm not worried about Keen either, but I do think that particularly the bot lane has really fluctuated in form, and Canyon definitely looks very different when he's playing on junglers that reward his playstyle, which is very high resources, right? He needs a lot of time to farm up, and teams that punish that are really able to, I think, put Genji in a tough position. So we'll have to see if they can kind of bounce back from what was a really big upset. Again, no one except for Orcs expected them to do it. But I do think that Genji are still considered one of the clear favorites, because both them and Home Alive feel like they are extremely stable teams that have an incredible amount of depth. Then on the flip side, we get to the more fun teams, which are DK and T1. For DK, my main storyline is going to be Showmaker trying again after getting to Worlds for the 6th consecutive time to get a title. Was obviously really close way back in 2021. And Lucid, I think, is one of my favorite players in a long time that we've seen debut within the LCK. I think his spring was pretty lackluster, but coming into summer, I think he has really leveled up. And I'm also hoping that the meta will suit him a little bit better. I think that if we get to see this guy in things like Lee, Viego, it's going to really put DK in a position where I think they can look good. That said, I'm sure you guys will watch the series. They can also look like a bunch of chickens just running around the rift. I do think this is the type of team where if everything aligns, they look incredible, but they can also lose to like a low tier LPL team, or even, you know, against G2. I don't think it should come as a surprise for anyone. For T1, I'm not going to mention too much because I assume everyone's familiar. They've looked quite bad. I think Faker is in the worst shape of his recent career. Like, I don't know what the last time would be that he's individually been this weak. And really only Zeus, and that's more recently, Owner, I think, was kind of the stalwart defender, but he's really struggled in playoffs. Guma have been consistent. I think both Keria and Zeus pre-playoffs, and then Faker just for really the entirety of summer, which is crazy because his spring was really good. Like, spring he was contesting rather for second best mid laner in the league, whereas now he is not that. Expectation is always going to be at least 3 out of 4 teams making it out. Anything less than that would really, I think, be seen as a huge disappointment. It's very important not to lose to any non-TL slash G2 team. I do know that obviously Flycast are the number 1 seed from an A, but I think Flycast will still be seen very differently by the Korean teams themselves, right? I do think the LCK is going to have a great time. I think that the region is quite top heavy, but after the last couple of years, I think we've seen many times that as World rolls around, LCK is going to be able to step it up. And for individual players to watch again, Lucid, I think, is my number 1 player that I want to tell everyone to look at how great he's going to be. And then it'd be Chovy, which kind of a no-brainer for Genji. But I do think that this is kind of his final opportunity to really, once and for all, shut people up. Because if this team can't win Worlds, then I don't think you're ever going to get rid of the... which I don't agree with if you look at individual performance, but obviously a lot of people are very big believers in the chokey chokes narrative, which, you know, if you look at 2023 MSI, for example, I think did happen. And then for Hanwha, it would probably be Delight because he's bro talent and he is the best and we love him. For I don't know, for T1, do I really need to tell you? It'd be Zeus. I love this kid. I think he's been incredible. So thank you very much for having me. Always a pleasure. I hope we collectively can enjoy some top quality League of Legends. Thank you.
Thank you guys for watching this final episode of the series Major Region Rundown. I hope you've just learned a little bit more about these teams heading into the World Championship. And yeah, like I said, we'll be coaching all the games, and if you're not there live, I'll be uploading a lot of the content to YouTube anyway. So yeah, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
Damn, it like us too. So yeah, that is the last clip we gotta watch. Oh, finally. I can't believe I thought this seemed gonna be shorter, but here we are. You will see I didn't put finalists here because you can tell I have a bias against LPL. Yeah. And I do think this is how I think it will go. But I don't think Genji gonna make it that well. Because like I said, It's just the script. It won the at best they could go here. Genji could go here, but I don't think they will. They win MSI, which means they won't win well ever. And for me, T1. T1, you can't count them out. Even if you think they're out this week, I feel like they could do anything. You know, at this point, we kind of have to accept that they can do anything. They can do no wrong whatsoever. DK and Palmolive. Yeah, this is the hard part, not gonna lie. Because I do think DK is kind of weak. I do think DK is kind of weak. And maybe that will change. Maybe it's because the meta didn't suit them for LCK. And maybe the meta will change that. But I do think they do a bit weak. Do look a bit weak. HLE? Damn, I really want to see them fight T1 this time on the real final, you know? And even if T1 lost, you can still see Sega who win world again. He win world before, win again, you know? It's gonna be different narrative, not gonna lie. But yeah, if I have to do a little more less bias, it might be looking like this. It's gonna be 2 finalists and then top 4 and then top 8, something like that maybe. And, no, maybe if it's less, then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, still too much. Yeah. If I use analytical and try to min-max everything, I do think this is how it will go. Left to right doesn't mean anything. Left to right probably don't mean anything. We're gonna get final of this and semi-final of this and quarter final of this. Probably this. But if I gonna have my bias, I think I want it to be more like this, with anything in the top 8 can go down, and any team can go down. Yeah, this is totally too biased that I want to see the Western team in semi-final, but I don't think that been happen for so long. Maybe. Like the realistic one probably be more like the realistic one with the bias one. Yeah, I kind of hope that's a part of the fun, you know. That's a part of the fun to win, to watch world. It would be boring that the favorite, the one that people think gonna win everything. The fun is the upset for me. Even in regional, I really like when things are upset. Even if it's my favorite team, but the upset happened, I was like, damn, that's interesting. That's why I really like the LCS final between Team Liquid and Fire Quest. You can tell I really like Team Liquid. I really like them. But the fact that they lose to Fire Quest make a new narrative, you know, it's gonna make next year way more interesting than TL win it out. But yeah, if they win it out, gonna be 5 game anyway. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close anyway. But yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And we have to pick them. So after we look at everything and every explanation I give, I think the pick them gonna be quite easy to explain. The first part is the event gonna finish. Yeah, I saved this for the last day, you know. I saved this for the last day before I saved it for the last day so I can stream doing this. Okay, so what is the longest duration? Personally, I don't find much game go past 45 minutes. It could go past 45 totally, but it's still like 1, 2, 3 game. Unless something go horribly long, I don't think it's gonna be ever past 50 ever. But I like to think the meta is might be fast enough that it's probably gonna be 45 in my. But I admit this is safer. It is safer, but I think this is what I want to pick. And pentakill, basically kill 5 people in a row. I think it's actually hard to ever get, not gonna lie. So I don't think it's gonna happen that much in the world. But I don't want to answer 0 because it's no fun. I think at least one sound more like fun. Repeat that. Drake, the Drake is randomized, so basically all this is randomized. I just pick one that I think it might show up a lot. I don't know. I just pick one. It's because it's random. Baron Steel. Baron Steel basically is that when a team start Baron and then another team didn't fight Baron at all, but like take the buff away, last hit the Baron and take the buff away. Same with the pentakill one. I do think it's hard to happen, but I don't like that it to think it's 0. I think it's more like 1 or 2 times. It could be 3 times, but let's try 1 or 2. And liver sweep. Liver sweep is basically a team win 2 times and then another team win 3 times in a row. Reverse sweep. There are a total of 7 best of 5, so that reverse sweep can happen. So I think it's more reasonable to choose 0. But liver sweep is so fun, man. Liver sweep is so fun. So I hope it happens at least one. The champion one, I'm not gonna lie, since I'm more watcher and not player, I picked it out of my ass. Seriously. I don't. I do watch other creator pick, and they have more knowledge than me. But I just pick everyone. I don't know. I just pick anyone I can think of, basically. So I don't have much to explain myself. Like scanner, I do think I see people play at top and jungle. I mean, they probably other pick better. Asia, I just feel like Asia is a staple in world. The Emperor Bird. Aurora is the newest champion. And the fact that no one get to pick her because she was banned or speed long because of a bug kind of make me think like maybe she will be banned a lot because nobody know how to deal with her. Maybe the most total death, not gonna lie, it's gonna be support. It's gonna be engage support. Surely the point of engage support is that you go in, you CC them, and then you die. If you don't die, sure, that's fine. You're gonna die later anyway. Engage support is that one, that kind of class that even if you die, you gotta do your job. So I think the death gonna be a lot. That's why I pick Nautilus. Nautilus is what I play when I play League. Fun fact. Who will have the highest win rate? Minimum 5 game. Basically, this one is so hard to get, so hard to guess, because some champion can be picked 4 times and win 4 times, but they won't win this point. Yeah, they won't win this point because it's minimum 5. So it should be like, which champion can be picked 5 times and win all the 5 times. I personally think the ADC probably in this category. So that's why I picked Draven. Draven seems niche enough that some team like G2 or TES or Genji will pick him more than 5 times combined. And maybe they will win. But yeah, I wouldn't think much that I lost anything in this category. The player, yay! I try to pick different player from different team who will more different champion. So in the esports World Cup, it was very short tournament. Like I said, T1 win with that. They only play 10 game, 10 game total from 3 series. Yeah, 3 series, 10 game, 3 series. And yeah, do you know who play different champion every 10 game, 10 unique champion in that 10 game? It's Kuma. It's Kuma from T1. He picked different ADC for that 10 game in that EWC. That's why if meta change a little, I do think he could pick a lot of ADC of different ADC. Yeah, for with this VR, right? We kind of have the perception that ADC kind of unstable, data pop up or not pop up at all, you know. But Kuma is someone that's really stable in T1, surprisingly, somehow. So that's why I pick him. And then who will get the most kill in single game? So I think, like I said, LPL tend to have aggressive play style. They kill a lot, and I mean a lot, a lot. So I think it's gonna be one of the ADC from the LPL, and I just took Jackie Love because why not? And the highest KD, kinda like the last point. I just took L because I do think if someone gonna go to finalist from the LPL, it's gonna be BLG, and the high KDA probably come from playing many game as well. You know, if you lose early, you probably don't have that much KDA compared to the winning that play the longest. You know, so I pick L. And who will get most first blood? Not gonna lie, this pretty much random. I don't think we can predict that ever. So I put another ADC because why not? And this time that put LCK ADC. Basically, I put all ADC in here. I don't know why, but maybe it's a theme, so why not? Let's roll with it. I guess I'm ADC fan now. And who will get at least one pentakill? I picked Pace because Genji. I mean, Genji is still good team, and Pace did get pentakill before. So yeah, I do think if anyone gonna get it, it could be Pace. If I gonna choose someone else, it might be Quit. Because Quit get that too, but I don't think the mid might get that again. Yeah, because the AD mid meta is coming out. Yeah, yeah, the game this Revo allow ADC a lot in the late game, in the high end game. So this is a fun one. The team. So basically, which team from minor region will advance? And I think everyone 90% gonna pick Talon. Like if anyone, if any team if any team else go, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be upset. Not gonna lie. If any team else go, which team will win the shortest game? Like I said, I think LPL have very aggressive play style. So I think if someone gonna have the shortest game, it probably LPL against some of lower tier team. So I book BLG. Which team we have more balance still? Oh, it's the T1. You know who steal Balon the most? Yeah, Kuma. Kuma steal Balon so many times. I watched LCK so many times. Like, that man is like half jungle already from how much he can take an objective from the enemy team. Seriously. Which team will win? Which team will win basically come down to these two that I predict gonna be finalists. So, and I feel like, I mean, T1 win is kinda cool too. Not gonna lie. I mean, world defending champion. But I want to see Hammerlight win. I want to see Hammerlight win. I want to see different team in this category too. So yeah, I pick Hammerlight. Which team we face the most different champion at world? I do why I think I think Kuma might be the one that picked defense champion in this his role. I do think Genji as a team probably go far and probably have that many people that to do try play many things else, because like to play most different champion you gotta have to go far too, you gotta have to, if you win before quarter final, you're gonna have less game, and less game mean less champion. So I pick the team that go far. Outside of the T team, I didn't pick Genji yet, so I picked Genji. That's why I picked it. So this is my pick them. It's gonna end in 18 hour, less than a day. You can come here and can try this too. And yeah, that's it for what I want to do today. Damn, oh, I can't believe I took so much time doing this. And yeah, tomorrow, it call later today because it's already midnight my time. You can see. You can, but I don't think it's gonna be that accurate. You can. And tomorrow, probably tomorrow your time is today my time. Oh, thank you, Tilly. I mean, thanks for listen the ton too, I guess, because I didn't think anyone gonna want to hear me yapping about what they don't know about. But I guess some of the YouTube video do be like that. 5 hour about the topic I know nothing about, I guess. And yeah, so the world is starting tomorrow, and if I can, I want to stream my reaction every day. And maybe in the day that there are no game, because they probably play on the later half of the weekday and the weekend. They didn't pay all 7 days of the week, They probably don't pay on Monday, Tuesday. They probably don't. I might take a break during when they don't play, so I don't yap all the time. Maybe I will stream game and chilling and talk less. But if there is game there, I might stream my reaction. Like it's 7 p.m. my time, but it is sometime else. Sometime other time in the other page, which I will tweet on my Twitter. Yeah. If you didn't follow my Twitter yet, please follow if you want to see that when I will stream. I do want to start at 7 p.m. my time, but in case my work got too much, I might not be able to start at 7 p.m. I might start later, but it still have the second match, it still have second match. It is best of 3, so at least 2 game, at least 2 hour, and expect 3 game. So even if I miss the first match, I will try to sim the second match. Yeah, I will yap for sure, because I won't be mirroring the stream, because from what I understand, Riot have their own co-streamer, the official one. There's many language. There's one in my language, there's one in Japanese, there's the VTuber one there. So basically they have official co-streamer, which I am obviously not. So I don't want to risk my channel getting strike or anything, so I won't be below the match itself. But I will put the link, just like when we react to the music video. I will put the link in the chat. If you want to come by, watching me look at DMK draft and cry at how Pain Gaming play. Yeah, you can come to my stream. I will post the time when I convert all the time zone correctly. I will post the time on my Twitter, so do follow it. It's in the about page, about of this Twitch. You can find there. Also, that Twitter is for my future persona as a VTuber too. this model is free model anyway. I need to make my pay model, just in case you don't know. But yeah, that's basically it. That's basically it. Oh my god, 4 straight out of yapping. We did a lot today. I'm really proud of myself. I never done chatting stream before. Like since I start streaming, I think I start streaming. Let me find my channel. Mm. Do, 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 do. I start my channel back when. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I start streaming on 25 or 26 of last month. So basically, it's gonna be my month anniversary soon. Can't believe I have been streaming for 1 month. Oh, thank you for thinking I'm chill. Maybe you will change your mind when I change my model, but I will take what I can get for now. Thank you. Damn, it's close to my anniversary. Monthly anniversary. 1 month anniversary. I think I start streaming on 26 or 25 or 26 last month in the August. Either 25 or 26. So maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. You can happy first month me. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Not gonna lie, I didn't think I will make it to 1 month. I mean, I did think I might stream a lot because I want to record the game I play. So the talking stuff and watching world stuff on Steam is not on my mind. Ah, oh, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, thank you so much. You are the reason I keep it this far. Normally, I'm not someone who stick to something that long. I think. But it was fun. It was fun. I mean, the one of the main reason I start streaming, besides the recording stuff I already explained, is that I want to speak English somewhere. Yeah, it's kind of hard. I mean, I have my day job too. It's good thing it's a work from home. But yeah, the fact that I can do that, I can do this every day, almost 5 or 6 days a week is already a lot for me. I hope to do I hope to do VTubing more, with official model and stuff. I see, stay at home spider. I see. Yeah, mommy. I mean, it's still some time until my new model is finished. After my new model is finished, I'm not gonna be Lucy no more. I'm gonna change account. But it's not like a secret or anything, so it's fine. I'm not that person who gonna like, oh, please don't talk about my past persona or something like that. I'm not person like that. I'm not that strict. It's not that much. I personally don't think if I got my own model and I start streaming and I sneak peek my model and add on my Twitter, my VTuber Twitter and anything, I don't think people gonna find it. I just want to do it because the sake of doing it, I guess. I think it's gonna be the same for some time. Aw, I mean the zombie itself is the free model, and I do feel bad if I want to commission something and I use the design that someone else do it for free, you know. That's one of the reason I got a real model. Like if I want to draw something and I draw this design, I kind of feel bad because maybe there was someone else using this design to streaming too. I think you understand. I think you understand. I won't be as cute anymore. This design is really cool. Yeah, I heard about Philan. I mean, that that's pretty much the reason I don't want to do that. I mean, I don't want to do this all the time. If I like streaming and I want to continue it, I do think it's necessary for you to have something original of yourself. I mean, it's fine if you're starting. Of course, it's fine. It's even fine if you are PNG tuber. But at some point, if you want to get serious about it, want to make it long time, you kind of need to do it on your way, you know. Try to not take advantage of people that let you grow this far. Yeah. Do Tilly, which kind of model do you use? It 2D, 3D? Is it an asset? I think I saw it on Pero's Steam. White hair one, I think. I see. But spider are cool. Spider are cool. Like I really like the. I'm not gonna lie. I really like anything that's not human. Like it's like one of requirement I tell my artist. I just like anything that's not human. They are interesting. They are not like my favorite animal ever, something like that. But I am fine with them. Please don't touch me though. I don't know which one have venom, which one don't. So I don't want to risk it. But yeah, they're cool. They're cool. Spider are cool. That's a cool part, you know. Yeah, I mean when they're big, they look really scary, but I still understand that harmless most of the time. And yeah, they're cute in their own way. But that's a cool part of VTubing, like you can put that put what I like into our persona. I mean, one of the reason I choose this model because I really like the Chinese zombie too. I do read about it sometime. Also, I really like this talisman. This talisman is really cool. I really like the hat. Basically, the fact that VTuber let us put things we like on ourselves instead of being like just our mascot. I mean, imagine if I am fake VTuber and I like zombie. At best, zombie is gonna be my icon or mascot, but not me, you know. Yeah. And that is what I put on my proper model. If I got an update from the artist I commissioned, maybe I will put a sneak peek on my Twitter. So keep an eye out. Follow me and keep an eye out. Okay, so this is about 4 hours exactly. Nice, nice. Yes, it actually is. It actually is. Let me go to the chatting screen. Is the music too loud? Is the music too loud? Oh God, I already react to that. Let's change it. So, commission. Let it a bit more. Okay, let's put it here. Let's put it here. So, commission a model. I'm not gonna lie, at first, I really think I want to buy out a model that was pre-made. That's like my original plan. Like totally my original plan when I doing this. It's way cheaper most of the time. It's way cheaper, and when you get a model, you can use it immediately. You don't have to wait. Like so, if you are not picky, I feel like paying for a model that pre-made can help you a lot, can save you a lot. But the turning point happened when I find out, like when I try to find this pre-made stuff, the artist I like just open and commission for VTuber model, like especially VTuber model. You know, they are not the artists that known for VTuber model. They don't have much port actually. That's why they open the commission in the discount price. And being discount bitch that I am, I see something cheaper that is supposed to be and still buy it. Yeah, that's what I told my friend too. That's, oh man, the coincidence, coincidence. The coincidence is too much for me. So basically, that's why I choose commission. And of course, it costs way more than pre-made, but the fact that it have to be made from a long time, estimate is estimate time. Maybe draw for a month and then leak for a month. That make you have you can pay a little bit at time. You can pay at the start of the art, at the finish of the art, at the start of the leaking, and at the finish of the leaking. So it costs a combine. Is that cost a lot more than pre-made model? But the fact that you can pay a little bit at a time help a lot. But yes, it cost quite a lot overall. And that's why when I think of open up the new account, I gonna put my coffee there and gonna tell them straight up, I won't commission anything else to I won't commission anything else until I can cover my expense for the model. Yeah, I can pay for it monthly. The actual deal is like I pay 50% at the start when they do art, and then the last 50% when they finish the art. Same with the rigging. So it's kind of like I pay 4 times each time. It depends on how you talk to the artist and rigger you work with. Yeah, basically. And if you're not that picky, you can commission the ready to rig art first and use it as PNG, and then you just you can file rigger later when you have money. That can happen too. yeah, that's pretty much what that happened to me. Yeah, I understand. I mean, in reality, I shouldn't. In reality, I shouldn't rush in 1 month in with my. But man, I can't help it. I saw the artist. I really like their art. I I give them my law that I want to use, but like not definitely using if and they say they like the law because it kind of same theme what they like drawing. Man, it just feels so good when you and the artist have similar idea, you know. It's really rewarding if you no, I won't. Like I said, uh only the model is something I will pay, and after that I won't pay for anything. So I won't do video. If the asset in the stream gonna be free, just like right now. I just find something else that suit my model and use and give credit. And personally, I do think my law is kinda hard to get into. It's really niche genre of story, so of idea. So I don't think I can do that it justice within my debut. So my plan debut is just gonna be the talking stream, which I talk about myself as a person, and maybe talk about a bit about my law. But I won't do video, won't do anything big. I don't want to pay for anything more than my model. It's already costs a lot. Ah, thank you a lot. Ah, thank you, you too. I won't be as skilled. I already know what I will look like. I already saw the sketch. Anything you want to ask about the commissioning? And before I end the stream, because it's like 1 a.m. my time already. As you can see on the time up there. One thing I can tell you is that the reason I decide to just pay a lot for the model instead of buying pre-made stuff. It's because I already know the artist. No, as in I already like their art. It's not that they know me personally, but I already like their art, and the way I think is that even if I pay for them a lot and I won't use it too much, I still happy that I pay for something for artists. I like their work, you know. Same go with the liquor. The liquor is someone I already know the name of, kind of friend of a friend. So when I think about paying something, I think about how that person gonna get the money, and probably their life probably better with it, even if I didn't get to use my model much. I do think I will use it a lot, but no one know the future, you know. So that's part of it. The part of it is that if you like that artist or that liquor and you pay for them, you kind of feel fine if that thing is a lot, you know. Okay, let me look at the rate, if I can rate to anyone. Any VTuber I can rate to? Someone doing Zatsudan. Someone doing yapping. In the end, just doing what you think make you happy. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can rate to them. Let me try. Just random person. And they are yapping too. You guys like listen to yapping, so maybe you will want to listen to them. So let's try. Can I rate to them? Yeah, I can rate to them. So thank you for coming to my stream. I will stream tomorrow as far as I can. You know, watching the League of Legends pro game stuff. Yeah. So see you next time. Thank you. Bye.